Hello everyone, welcome. It is time for some Age of Mythology here at MetaPlace. We're doing a deathmatch tournament today. This should be pretty sick. I'm just trying to find the very first game. I don't think it's up yet, so we're gonna go from it. Well, that's pretty nice. Let's see if this thing is on. The thing is on. That's great. We've got our event manager of the day, Fufuksaki, in the chat as well, which is great. She'll help you with any troubles you might have if you're a player. And yeah, first place will walk away here with 80 pounds, second place with 60, third place with 40, fourth place with 20. There's two special things about today's tournament. First off, it's on the Deathmatch patch. So that basically means that there's different balancing for this. In particular, we are reducing like the limit on buildings and stuff. Whoa, that's not where we wanted to go. Where are we going? Oops. Okay, let's head back here through our homepage. This is where we wanted to go. This should take us to eventually the Age of Empires website, which has the deathmatch balance mod. There you go. So you got like building limit reductions. You've got a nerf to advanced fortifications, so it's not all about the deep late game siege versus siege and buildings. A slight amount of rebalancing here, so that the game is a little bit more diverse, but very small changes. A bunch of changes for the classic enjoyers, like mercenaries have lifespans, the rock is back, stuff like that. Walking Woods is much stronger. China is heavily nerfed, including the heroes. Anyways, you guys have probably got the link for that in the chat. I'll just post the brackets in Twitch. On YouTube, it's in the description. And the other special thing about today's tournament is that you can just pick your gods as you please. Nobody's gonna ban them. There's no draft. There's no complexity. If you only know 5 gods, you will be fine. You are not able to repeatedly play the same god, however. So in that sense, you are gonna get a little bit of diversity still. But yeah, no one's taking away your gods, don't worry. Alright, so Revolt versus Kosha is what we're gonna be watching. We've got a Hungarian gamer playing Deathmatch, and it's not even me. That's crazy. Love it. We'll see what gods this gamer can play. That's what we'll start with. I'm not sure where Fino is. He might not be around today, Legend. People are also gonna get these medals, by the way, with derpy dragons. Love those. Anyways, this is what I want to be casting here. Match number 2. May or may not be around. He may or not be around. Matador versus Tiger Boss should happen if that's the case. But we do have Revolt versus Mr. Benza over here. So that's what we might be watching momentarily. And then Velit versus Neato is also ongoing. So if I made my prediction, we're gonna get a Revolt versus Velit versus Matador. The winner of that will take Matador on, most likely. Should be very exciting. Lots of best of 3s, best of 1s mostly in the losers bracket. There is a losers bracket. And then there's gonna be grand finals with a best of 5. So that's gonna be a much bigger series. Yoshi coming back? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think he likes Retold. Retold in general is quite controversial for the deathmatch players. I don't know what it is for Yoshi, but I think he doesn't like how it looks. Not sure specifically what he thinks about it. He hasn't been very vocal. Okay, our first lobby is now visible. There's going to be obviously a small delay here to get started, and we'll have another surprise slash gift for the community later. Well, the gift is after the tournament, but still, it exists. So get ready. Also, there's going to be more deathmatch tournaments, obviously. Oh, by the way, Chenla gave us a gift, a sub, a prime sub. I'll replay that thing. There we go. Thanks, Chenla. 48 months. Oh my god. That is 4 years, dude. You completed 4 years subbing. That is insane. Woo. Okay, thanks, Chenla. Volt versus Yoshi show match. Legend. Okay, don't be greedy. Be realistic, okay? What color dragon do you want? The graphics are hit and miss for players. For a 28-year-old like yourself, you prefer the legacy graphics and don't like the new as much. However, most people like that. Tend to agree. Two years? Oh, yeah, that is American math. No S at the end. Great point, Fufuksaki. That's it. I'm not sure if Fino is around today either. What's going on with that? I think he's having health problems, but didn't pull out of the tournament in time. Oh well. Hope he's okay. Can't find this game. Oh, it's up. Gamers, it is up. We've got a 2-minute spectator delay in effect, and then we're gonna have our first game between Revolt and Mr. Kosha Benza. However, they are actually playing with the patch, right? So that means that they can't see each other's gods in there. There is blind pick, and there's no draft, so they can just play whatever they want. There's no bans, no nothing. It's just you can't repeat the same god over and over, so I can't go Zeus, you know? It's gonna be maybe Zeus, Hades, Poseidon in a best of 3. At the very least, you have to play one Civ. There's some diversity required, but nobody's taking Legends Isis away, which is a big victory for Legend, a huge W. Even Western Long is around. Speaking of W's, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for hanging today. Thanks for playing. Doesn't Isis suck? I don't think so. Not anymore. Now that the buildings are good. Does it have a DM specific patch? I mean, we did make one because the live patch is a little bit insane. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys have seen Boyd's videos about the shorts about the Chinese heroes. Well, in Deathmatch, that is a devastating problem. So yeah, we did make one. We did make some small tweaks. But it's not quite the same rules as standard anyhow, because like the god power recasts are taking longer to recharge, so that it's not as spammy. There's more favor in general, so there's even more myth units than in standard. And in the patch, we reduced like the building limits back to what they used to be, so that you can't make 15 fortresses and 30 towers, which is just a literal forest of towers. So yeah, it's going to be a little more dynamic than it would be on the official patch, I would say. A little bit more about armies than it will be about god power spams. Anyways, we're nearly loaded in. We're about to find out the gods, and then I can show you the little surprise. Yeah, the god power spam is insane. Like, the game starts with 200 favor, right? I'll explain. Alright, we've got them gods. I'm just setting up them gods, and then we're going. It's gonna be great. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is a deathmatch tournament. Hard to believe it, right? And we've got a new interface, so that's even harder to believe. In the green color, the other Hungarian deathmatch gamer. This is Kosha. Gonna be playing as Loki. Hope you guys like the little summary we've got up on the screen. And on the other side of the map, playing as the Blue Zeus, this is Revolt. Absolutely revolting. This overlay thingy is going to be available to everyone. That's going to be the little surprise gift after the event is over. Every streamer will be able to use it. And we'll keep it updated as the god bonuses change, of course. Now, Deathmatch. You guys may or may not have seen this game mode before. It starts with like, what is it, 18,000 resources each, I believe, is the new balance there. Except Favor, where you start with 200, so there's a lot of budget available immediately to blast. Revolt has already spammed out a lot of hoplites. Hippa's Pists are to follow, Tuxodes are to follow, and he's getting ready with all these fortresses. I don't know what is going on with the spectator mode. It is being ugly, so let's keep it up this way, and then I think it's gonna be stable, but I don't have UI mods. I don't know why it's breaking. Anyways, lots of hoplites are out. They're already sieging down the Norse base. Our Norse gamer hasn't built enough. You're supposed to be essentially just spamming a lot of berserks in the early game, and this is already going to be over 2 minutes into the game because of the build order differences, guys. Yeah, that was brutal. So basically, you just go through the ages very quickly. It takes 5 seconds to age up. This is just a very efficient build from Revolt, of course. He got up to heroic quickly by just having a few people on the market, and then he started on the fortresses. Fortresses take now forever to build, so it might be better to focus it up a little bit more to get the champion upgrades and whatnot, but he did just fine the way it is. All the upgrades came in for free, hence the spam with the unit speed, training speed upgrades being already done. Yeah, you can just see that graph actually with the military units. It's just a huge build order efficiency difference. Only berserks train realistically fast enough to get this done as Norse. Off we go to the next one. This is best of 3 actually. I showed you guys a best of 5. But yeah, Revolt already has a point here. Now let me see if I can find the second game. Next map is gonna be Savannah here. And it's already underway. I should be able to join momentarily. That's gonna be Bence's pick because the losing player typically does the picking. It's better when you didn't need to build a fortress. I mean, you were making fortresses anyway, but yeah, it wasn't required. You would age up faster. It was definitely a good piece of news for Greek and Norse, who could get a very quick mythic. Also Egyptians. Now it takes them forever, whereas for the Egyptians, well, you were gonna make that empowered fortress anyway, right? So that wasn't as big of a deal. Oh, this isn't green, this is teal. I just realized, oh my god, my game is lagging at the start here, so we're gonna pause for a moment. Alright. We're here with game number 2. In the teal color, we've got Kosha playing as some Kronos over there. On the other side, we've got Revolt, also playing as Kronos. Of course, the first god should be Prometheus, so that you can get your heroes building way faster. They've got this Theft of Fire upgrade, gives them an extra 20% building speed. So you can bet that Revolt is gonna be very quick, 2 mythic, Doing great with spreading his citizens out as well. Already has 4 military barracks and a counter barracks. Ideally, you would have a little bit more counter barracks as well on top of this. But yeah, he's shifting the manners forward. That is exactly what you're supposed to be doing so that they empower these buildings next to them with the temporal scaffolding perk. And then these palaces come down super quickly, combining the manor boost plus theft of fire on the citizens. A bunch of behemoths are coming out for Kosha, the free ones, that is. So some hero Murmillo are definitely in order for Revolt, and they're going to be going for it right away. I really like, by the way, this new damage thingy. It's going to be interesting to see if people micro stuff to stay alive for long. Especially with special units like the Son of Osiris or Bellerophon or stuff like that. Now also going for Hyperion here means that you get these dirt cheap satyrs. Super nice to see for sure. I think we may have forgotten to nerf them in the Deathmatch patch, so you should be seeing a lot of them throughout the tournament. I think they might need a tweak because they're only free population with absolute insane DPS. So they're just a must-have, essentially. They also have a free X against Myth units, which is wild. You can already see this building up. But yeah, Kosha did build enough this time, but just not in time. You know, like, the actual production is good. You look at Revolt's base, and there's not that huge of a difference, but the man is gonna be on 3 town centers and quickly take this to victory. And yeah, mirror matchups are back, gamers. Mirror matchups are back, but Revolt just outkilled. Had the massive army with some siege units, the destroyers here on the front lines, and they'll be able to just destroy pretty much anything. Off we go to the next series already. Of course, the Benson still has a life, so he can maybe watch the replays real quick and get a better grasp on what build orders should be looking like in Deathmatch, and make use of it in the loser's bracket as he's waiting for an opponent. Revolt, on the other hand, will be momentarily heading up against Velit, who's a really tough opponent, so I'm looking forward to that one, you gamers. I'm looking forward to that. Let's see if we can get it. Lesson of the series, learn build orders. It helps, it helps. Remember holding for an ungodly amount of time versus Playa. With pretty much satyr spam. Yeah, Joey, exactly. They're just really good. Yeah, this next series, also best of 3, should be scheduled momentarily. Nice to have some gamers around, and maybe we're gonna start doing a little bit of betting around this one while we wait. I'm gonna give you guys 10 minutes, so you're even gonna get a glimpse of the beginning of the game, supposedly. And you can vote between who will win that. Wait, Legend told me the overlay isn't working? What? It was working, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Should have been. Oh, he was saying that like the... Okay, the piece... The art piece for the gods. Right. That's this colored little piece for that. Okay, the first map will be Step for Revolt versus Elite. And I see you guys are already betting. Put your points where your mouth is, gamers. And let me know in the chat who you think is stronger between these two. Revolt is gonna need a moment. And then he'll make a lobby. It's another 3 minutes for us after that. Elite beat Darth Knox 2-1 last tournament. That's okay. That's okay. He's got a lot of experience, you know, like he's played for many, many years already. I recall playing against him in like what 2013, something like that. That's how long we've both been playing. Darth Knox going up against Westerlong. I don't think Playa did show up, Ryuk. Yeah, if he's not here, Legend, then you're getting an admin win, okay? It's supposed to be 15 minutes maximum, and it's been 25. So I think Legend versus Ryuk, also really good series. Tiger Boss versus Matador is going on as well. We're gonna join the Matador train after our series here, though, with Revolt and then Elite. Yeah, Darth Knox as well, with your opponent not showing. I think he didn't join the Discord, so go on and play against Westerlong, please. Yeah, I guess in round one, we just get a bunch of no-shows. There's nothing too surprising about that. It's been like that forever. It's gonna be like that forever, I think. We don't want to do a check-in system, because if we do it, it's kind of like, well, is it really worth it? Some people might be late by 5 minutes and the check-in system knocks them out. But yeah, we've still got at least a bunch of people showing up. So 10 active players in this tournament. Luki is on holiday. He wasn't available. He'll be here for the next one, though. We've got another tournament in a month. So I hope we'll have more gamers for that. There was a big gap between the previous tournament and this one, so I think now that we're activating the players a little bit, next one will be better than this. And we'll actually remember to change the satyrs that time. I'm not able to browse the lobbies. You enter a link once, you can never remove it again. It's been a problem since launch. Oh well. Buff the satyr, make it stronger. Same rules for the next tournament? Maybe. Maybe we'll even relax it more. I don't know. People are very rusty. So I might even want to allow reuse of a god if you lost. Just versus AI. That's it. Just replace yourself with AI. There's no need for video gamers anymore. In fact, we're gonna replace the caster with an AI. It's just gonna be a visual description. But yeah, we're basically talking about you lose with ISIS, you can play ISIS again. In this current tournament, you win or lose with ISIS, you cannot play her again. You have to switch it up. Cheat like in Halo Wars. If you want to get banished, absolutely. We've banished some people there. Alright, the lobby is going. The gamers are getting ready. I think we're gonna run out of betting time for you guys, but 93% of the points are dedicated to Revolt. Some big fans there. 14k points. Who's the big whale? It's Joey. 14,000 points on Revolt. A big believer there. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy to find out, and it was at a really bad time too, because I was so busy with work. So I'd rather not have seen any of that. But yeah, to comment on the Lord Crusher, who wants to buff Atlanteans, well, in Deathmatch they're actually really good. But they're just so fast early. I don't know, they can do a lot of stuff. They did receive some buffs, by the way, in the DM patch. Where you just get up to your max palace count so quickly. It's a very different environment here. You get to use those elite units way more than in standard. Okay, our ad break is gonna end right as the game starts, it seems. That's good. Guys, I think because there's a bunch of players that have gone, that haven't showed up today, I think we're gonna expand one more round to best of threes, okay? Fufuksaki has got this. Her idea too, but it's a great idea. Yeah, because basically you're gonna have this one and some of these rounds just full of these disqualifications, right? And then maybe we can make losers round 4 a best of 3 round. I think that's fine. Lord Crusher is new to DM. Can't wait to see. Awesome. I'll make sure to explain. We'll do it that way. New player friendly commentary. Okay. Let's do this. All right, everyone, we are here in winners round 2 of our 200-pound deathmatch tournament, and in the blue color, this is Revolt. He's playing as Zeus. His opponent on the other side of the map, which is Steppe. By the way, the map is Steppe. This is Velit. And he's playing as Kronos. However, he's not red, he's teal. Excuse me about that. Deathmatch is a very interesting game mode where you get to build a lot early on as you advance through the ages in just 5 seconds. You start with some extra workers, and around 18,000 of each resource, as well as 200 favor, so that's quite a bit of budget there for your initial spam. Now a Kronos player will be building a lot of manors and time shifting them around in order to boost the building speed overall, which is super nice. For Atlanteans, you're gonna get out a ton of palaces supposedly, but Revolt is not just gonna idle around and wait for that to happen. He's spammed down a lot of military academies just frontally, a little bit of crawl towards his TC, trying to secure that spot, and these freshly made units are gonna take on the Atlantean ones. Can they actually get a few of the citizens? That would be a big target, but it doesn't look like it, as they're getting distracted by some of these free myth units also trying to get some snipes off. Also got a very nice wall here. You also notice the god powers are starting off on cooldown rather, not off in cooldown, as you see in the other game modes. So yeah, Deathmatch does recharge them very quickly for the initial cast, but then after that, they actually take way longer. You also get extra favor income in this game mode. And I think that's about all I got. Titans are turned off in this because there's a lot of destructive powers that can just take it out in one click, right? So that wouldn't be very fair. Wonder is, however, still on. So, you know, people get very rich in the long term. They can go for wonders. Revolt is trying to make a lot of palaces at once, which is great for overall villager efficiency. But because the new fortresses take so long to build, this is actually very, very slow right now. And meanwhile, Velit has been mythic. He went through Helios and he's got all these champion units. The Cairo Ballists are just absolutely wrecking. Hoplites are not gonna have a very good time, especially with just heavy and bronze upgrades. But okay, finally they are champions. And these Zeus ones are pretty fast, so they can supposedly chase down things. But oh my god, wait, the town center is destroyed already because the two Wardens of Tartarus were targeting it and there was no Medusa to take them down. The heroes weren't microed on them, so this is a very strong opener already for Velit. Revolt will have to find a way somehow to rebuild this settlement very quickly. He's pulling all the villagers, leaving just very little on the fortresses. The fortresses are right next. And they're obviously with Hera printing Myrmidons as the upgrades are done for free. That's a big aspect of Deathmatch I have not yet mentioned. Meanwhile, Velit has time shifted forward some of these manors, so they empowered the creation of that town center and the side one as well. So he's done a really good job. Once you have your special upgrade for Kronos, you can time shift 3 buildings at once, and with those guys it's actually free. Restoration is used, but it's a very, very small army, so all it really does is keep Alar from going here. He's an absolute tank, but he will go down eventually. One of the recent patches he lost some health, so it's a little bit easier to do now as well. We got the fire siphons coming in. They're gonna have up to 24 range. So that is gonna be very nice. You could even build a little wall around them and still not get hit by buildings. Revolt does have his side TC done. He's working on the front one now. The auto-queued Myrmidons for free are definitely a big boon. But what I think he needs to do is have some cavalry out. Unfortunately, gold runs out very quickly because everything costs gold. So you really need those free town centers and get going. Revolt doesn't have any population space right now because he's losing to the mass range units, which are constantly fighting. A single destroyer can distract these guys and have the range units just constantly shooting them, right? So that's definitely tough to deal with. And meanwhile, the fire siphons are just tearing down the building, so these poor villagers, instead of reclaiming the town center, have to focus on that. I'm not sure how much longer Revolt can keep this going. This is, after all, a full army, and the bigger the army is, the more the fights snowball in the favor of a player that has that kind of advantage. Like, he'll lose 1 unit and kill 5 in exchange, something like that. The Terma are also absolutely shredding through the Toxotes. A ton of the houses are being destroyed in the back. Revolt's maximum population cap is 110, but One nice thing going in his favor is that Velit actually doesn't have a lot of gold in the bank, but he's very swiftly putting 16 citizens onto gold. Actually, they don't fit around there anymore. But yeah, it's a lot of income. It will keep him afloat. He also doesn't have a lot of wood, but he's working on it. He's getting food as well. And maybe some marketing strategy will begin soon as well. The relics are largely speaking left alone. They also give you some gold trickle. I can't believe they still haven't fixed the UI where it just spasms out of control. But yeah, we've got some good ones. We got Wu Hao here, Bow of Huangdi, which helps with movement speed there. By reducing it for the hit units. And we've got the Black Lotus for farming. Man, those fire siphons are just going nuts. Look at the damage dealt on some of these. Actually, some of these Cairo ballistas are absolute hero Giga Chads as well. 1,000 damage, 1,200 damage, 1,500 damage on that Cairo ballista in the back. Turn that guy into a hero. Let him regenerate with Hyperion's tech right there. Heroic renewal. Of course, destroyers won't be doing much damage. But yeah, some of these heavy fire siphons are, oh my god, almost 10,000 damage! Holy! Okay, I'm not sure it will survive Lightning Storm. It will survive Lightning Storm. Where did we go? Down here. Vortex completely counters Lightning Storm! And this is why this God Power needs a cost, gamers, for the first recast. Because originally it doesn't have one. We're playing on the modded game here, and we've given it one. So next time it wouldn't be free to dodge at least, but yeah. On the live patch that would cost you like what, 25? Or is the second Vortex free as well? I forget. I think it's free. Guys, this was rather one-sided, right? The big attack of Velit on the main TC just completely crumbled a Revolt there. He's outkilled the unit significantly, which should be normally a more Zeus-favored thing, but not this time. Not when you're down a TC, or 2 TCs in that case. Nicely done. Why the economic guilds as Kronos? That was weird, I don't know. You don't need them. Yeah, Velit is legit. That's for sure. So it's 1 point for Velit. It's best of 3. One more victory needed for the man. When do you get the meta points? Oh no. You're getting a lot of meta points. Here. 11 extra turns, guys. Have you considered retirement? You might have enough points to retire early. Okay, here's the next one. Go do another bet. Next map is gonna be Savannah. Oh, wait. No, Bamboo. We're going for Bamboos. The loser does pick. So Velit's, Revolt's map pick here. And we're about to join. Thanks to Joey. That's right. Alright, you gamers, we are here with the second match of this series, and in the teal color we've got an ISIS player. This is Velit. Then on the other side of the map, in the blue color, this is Revolt playing as Hades, sticking with his Greek guns. That's gonna be an interesting one. I think Velit is trying to do a mercenary rush, but the age-ups won't be restoring their lifespan. However, with the villagers being this forward, they're gonna get caught. Oh my god, at the very least, Revolt has to pull them back. Because yeah, they are now in this deathmatch patch, they're once again based on lifespan. So they don't just lose their health over time, they actually get to walk across the map and be here for just a few seconds. It's 60 seconds that they get, and everyone gets it, not just Hathor, so it's not required. But what Hathor does for you is help you build the buildings faster. So the Migdal Stronghold is already up. Velit can spam a little bit of barracks units, and the spearmen are already coming out. We should be seeing a little bit of Hippospist action, I think, from Revolt. He has to get back on his production, but he's so far away. He had to retreat the villagers all the way. So this is why I normally would recommend to just build a box against Egyptians in the main base, and you'd be so safe, so solid. Second Migdal Stronghold is coming up. Elite is producing a little bit of everything here with Egyptians. Osiris with mummy spam here for the Mythic Age. They are very powerful in terms of raw DPS. That is still 24.7, almost 25 DPS. But you gotta be careful with the heroes because these guys are quite fragile. The Greek heroes are gonna wreck them. Good news though is that they poison everything, right? And they turn them into minions, which further bolsters your army then. Yeah, those Greek heroes did a great job for sure. It's a lot of units from Velit, and I think Revolt just really needs that fortress. Where is the fortress? He's only now starting on it, stuck in the heroic age for 1,000,000 years. Because the villagers are very spread out, right? So eventually the fortresses get done, sure, but it will take him a long time to do that. We already got the third monument here for our ISIS gamer, and the fourth one is coming soon as well. The town centers are getting empowered. There's a bunch of idols, but Velit is on the job fixing it. He's on the job with the walling situation as well. Again, no relic pick-me-ups because this game is just a little bit hectic. We're gonna have snacks somewhere. They can be controlled in the deathmatch patch, so they're hunting down the villagers now. They do not have a negative bonus against the villagers. You have to respect it. There was no fortress again here in the front lines. Normally, you would just garrison into your fortress and you'd be fine. Pestilence is finally coming through, so that will shut down the production of our ISIS for a little bit. The temples can still pump, however, and there's some strongholds finishing around the corner. But there's already 4 catapults. There's already several siege towers pumping their ram into these buildings. Champion infantry, cavalry, archers are finally done. And the choice was, where's the temple? Temple dead! Oh my god, no! Revolt! Okay, anyway, Artemis was the pick because we got the poisoning Toxotes, so that's gonna be a very nice addition here. It will force out a bunch of slingers for sure. If you control those slingers well, they'll make short work of this. But meanwhile, there's also mass mummies. There's not gonna be an eclipse, obviously. Locust Swarm going through the Greek army, hurting them quite a lot. Oh, they're clumped. The Toxotes are eating it. Oh god. They're losing half their life for that. The mummies should be able to finish them off and turn them all into minions if they get target microed there. How many mummies is that? This is nasty. It's 8 mummies. Imagine how good Eclipse would be right now. So definitely I prefer that path. Not that those snacks were bad, right? Like they definitely gave the villagers the business, but oh well. Anyways, look at Velit's army. 250 population because, well, ISIS gets more stuff from TC's more population. It would have been very nice to see one of these monuments more forward so that it would, you know, heal the army. And with Osiris, you obviously have 2 pharaohs, so you can double empower them and get double the healing. That is 2 hit points per second on your entire army, which is a pretty big deal. Chariots have done an excellent job picking off the heroes, though, and the mummies have just gone to town. The catapults tearing down the buildings. Revolt couldn't stay popped, and that's going to be one more quick victory, solid victory for Velit there. Very well done. ISIS, OP? Question mark, question mark. She's back, I think. In the previous previous tournament, she didn't do so well, but here, I could see it. Like, the new, more powerful buildings and just the Greek players building Fortress is lower. I think there's some potential here. Don't forget, Velit isn't bad. Isn't completely knocking out Revolt yet. He isn't that mean or bad. Revolt has another chance. He'll have to work through the losers bracket here. But what we're gonna do is move up here to the winners semifinals. Looks like Ryuk has already knocked out Legend, and Westenlong and Darth Knox are fighting. So our mission here is to cover this. Matador versus Velit. Hope you guys are looking forward to that, and then we'll cover match 11 as well. So Ryuk, once you are ready, please hold off on that. Wait for us. Should be good. And you guys deserve your points, right? You've earned them. There you go. That's still a 2x return, you gamers. Enjoy. Yeah, I mean, Velit is really solid, you guys. Don't underestimate. He might even take Matador. That's gonna be a good series. Another best of 3 coming right up. Yeah, series match for sure. We're done playing. Matador will be our host and determining the first map. Yeah, that's right. You guys can watch the replays after the fact as well. It will be only available for a short time though, because you know how quickly the patching happens and there's no way to watch old replays from previous updates. So you guys grab them fast if that's what you want. If you're a content creator and want to cover them, be quick about it, because it's out of our hands. I hope you all are having fun, including the new DM gamers. Make sure to hit the follow button if you do. We've got more of these coming out throughout the year. Yeah, you can't watch old games. Once the new patch lands, it's gone. Can't load it. We got new results. Darth Knox has defeated Westenlong, so Ryuk versus Darth Knox will be coming right up. And I guess while we wait, I might as well do a little bit of admin work here. So, because Mayo didn't show up, Westenlong moves on. Playa didn't show up. Oi! Oi! We got someone gifting subs. It's Box. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We even hit our little target. Uh-huh. That's 5 gifted subs. So Dynasty, Turtle Enjoyer, Double Monkey, Bold the Sam, Wintermute actually, and TM Rowan get to enjoy a sub. Ad-free viewing for you gamers. Thanks very much again, Box. Appreciate you. Hope you're having fun with the tournament. We're also on YouTube. All the videos will be on YouTube, so you guys can subscribe to that as well. It's totally free. When the videos drop, please hit the like on them. It helped us out. Okay, right, what was I gonna do next? Tiger Boss gets an admin win in the losers bracket, of course. And Darth Knox wants to get his game cast. It will, but after Matador versus Velit, so please wait for us. It's gonna be nice to have that covered. The losers bracket is coming along a little bit slower anyway, as we've upgraded them to best of threes. Revolt versus Playa, that's gonna get an admin victory as well, because Playa is a no-show for the day. So, in the losers bracket, Revolt versus Tiger Boss could happen. You guys can do this, obviously. You don't have to wait for us. And once Legend and Neato have finished, Western Long is waiting. So please go ahead with all that. And we'll see you probably in the loser semifinals with the stream, okay? We'll cover these 3 games over here. And then probably end up in the loser semis or losers finals. We'll see how the schedule works out. If we're still like just starting the winners finals and the loser semis is ready to go, then we'll let that go. You don't have to wait for us there. Them's the rules. That's match 22 is optional. Okay, let me see if there's a lobby now. Yep. Yeah, all these no-shows are eradicated now. They're gone. No worries. I hope next time we get fewer of that. I'll also be just posting the tournament closer to the date, because I think they literally forgot. Right, so Matador versus Revolt first, then Darth Knox versus Ryuk next here on the stream. Get ready, gamers. We're already loading in with a spectator delay, so you guys could do your betting if you want. Matador at the moment the king of Deathmatch. He's even #1 ranked in standard, at least in the ladder. Not necessarily the tournaments, but he's really good there too. So can Willy take him on? It's gonna be hard. Finals is best of 3. Well, the grand finals is best of 5. That's the only best of 5 for today. Just 1 more minute, you gamers, and then we'll be in. Go and do your betting. See where you end up with your points. Some of you guys are preparing for MetaPlay's point retirement already. But what if you could buy your MetaPlay's point island and live there? Anything is possible with some MetaPlay's points, they say. Actually, they don't say that, but I wish. You guys should see this insane lag I'm having when the games are beginning. Holy cow. Alright, alright, alright. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a winners semifinals game from our 200-pound deathmatch tournament. In the red color, spawning as Kronos, please welcome Revolt. Press the wrong button there. There we go. His opponent on the other side, super powerful standard gamer, but also deathmatch gamer. This is Matador, playing as Zeus. He's at the moment #1 in standard on the ladder, at least. He's doing very well in tournaments, said this before. And, you know, the Zeus versus Kronos matchup, if performed very cleanly, should be good news for Zeus, I would say. You run around some hoplites, you prevent the settlements from coming up, you get a big underworld, but he's not going with the underworld route, actually going for Dionysus here, which is gonna mean bronze sooner rather than later. So yeah, there might be a very direct restoration, bronze, lightning storm, wave of attacks, basically. That's, I think, what Matador is gonna do. His back is wide open, so this is definitely something that's interesting for the lead to try and exploit. Do remember, guys, this game will start with 18,000 resources each, and then 200 favor, so you get to spam a lot early on. And Kronos will empower these buildings with the manners getting time shifted forward. It's all free to do. You can do 3 at once. That's real neat, but yeah, it's just gonna be super standard hoplite and peltas. Nothing crazy there. A good number of Murmillo as well as Fanatics should be able to deal well with this, and then you add in a bunch of Satyrs in the back. Should be clean. Yeah, Hera is the pick, so we've got Medusa coming right through. Bolt is going to take down one of the Wardens of Tartarus, and the Medusa can handle the rest. I definitely would like to see Matador making several Medusa. They're really good in this matchup. But they're just really good backline units in general, right? I mean, absolutely insane stats, and in Deathmatch you actually have enough favor to afford them. Oh, look at those peltas getting microed beautifully onto the ranged units. This Matador guy is pretty good at this micro situation, isn't he? But he's got a little bit too many peltas, maybe. It could be a problem. That said, Velit isn't able to keep up the pump. What's up with that? This Hydra is also eating rather well. Already got 3 heads. Soon 4 head. Peltas are absolutely merciless, just picking off every ranged units as they come out. And the Hydra can just do this all day. It didn't even do that much damage according to this. It's only 53 damage. That can't be right. I think that's a lie. Like, some of these peltas have done more damage. Well, one thing Velit will have going for him is free TCs, but doesn't matter. He doesn't seem to have army, and the Petrobolos are already opening up on the buildings. Helipolis are going to be coming in. Matador really does not like building town centers in Deathmatch, so much so that he only puts 1 or 2 villagers on the job. I never understood this, but that's how he plays. If I could change one thing about Matador, is triple or quadruple the number of vills he sends to the TCs. Otherwise, he's basically the perfect deathmatch player. I love how he plays. It's just, god damn it, sir, build some TCs, man. You'll have more pop. You'll have the capability to build an eco. Well, all the god powers are pretty much off cooldown. The 4th age god powers are coming in soon, as Deathmatch doesn't start with them available. No favor anymore as well for Matador, so we're not going to see more Medusas from him. But I mean, this is 5 bronze Medusas. Try to kill them if you can. 81% pierce armor. I don't think they're going down anytime soon. Velit is preparing a big counterattack with a Vortex, and given how many Fire Siphons he has, you know, that could actually work out. What is this, 10? Plus, 3 Wardens of Tartarus. To be fair, the Medusas could catch some of them, but Larfin already picked off 1. He's got 1,200 damage on him. That's pretty good. But Vortex is still 53 seconds out. How is this man supposed to survive 53 seconds of this onslaught? It doesn't seem very doable, and I love how patient Matador actually has been here. Just, you know, having the peltas cover his Medusa, his Petrobolos, and he's just picking off every single building. That said, Velit did manage to build a decently sized army. TCs are now coming up for Matador, so it's still a decent sub 6-minute timing. He's got enough map control as well, so all in all, he did move his villagers in the end. It's good enough, you know? But ideally, you do it a little bit faster. I like the map control though. He's gonna be able to pump villagers out. He's got almost the same civilian population as Velit, so faster TCs or not, this is doing the job. The Athena hoplites, obviously, absolutely amazing in terms of... Oh, what the hell? That's not a offensive vortex. This is, I'm gonna catch your Petrobolos kind of vortex. Is that even gonna work? Because like the Petrobolas can shoot the fire siphons, right? And they're gonna do a decent job at that. Actually, they're missing a lot. So maybe never mind. I think the siphons should be able to destroy the Petrobolas, but the hoplites have other ideas about this. There's not enough backup for them, and the Contarius are just not that much of a problem. What are these siphons doing? They're just derping around. Whatever Revolt was trying to do is not gonna work, because there's too much path blocking here. And he just lost his entire army. He's down to 100 population. And there's a lot of ass-hungry hoplites going into his base. So... prepare. There's gonna be lightning storm too. Ay. These 8 Petrobolas just wrecking the buildings. Look how fast they disappear. Oh my god. Yeah, that's gonna be that. Matador had beautiful map control. Can we just get a quick fortress count here, by the way? This is 4, 6 fortresses already as Greek. Yeah, that's not bad. The limit is 10 in the Deathmatch mod. 15 is a little much, but 6 already by this point in the game is actually impressive. Yeah, Matador did well. He kept his military up the whole time. Barely struggled with that. In terms of overall kills to deaths, he just outperformed Revolt quite a bit, putting him ahead by 1 point in this best of 3. GG. Well, off we go to the next one. Oh, I didn't stop the prediction, that's right. Sorry. These games are quick today, so we might not be here for too long. Revolt currently thinking about his map. Gonna be Savannah. Yeah, we're moving quick, we're moving quick. Almost loaded in. Legend, I think we forgot to add Freyr to the casting tool. What happened there? Oh no. That's a mistake. Oh well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got our game 2, where Revolt is gonna be playing as Isis. Spawning here in the red. And on the other side, we've got Matador playing as Freyr. We unfortunately don't have his little god intro card up and running at the moment. We'll fix it next tournament. Got an infantry mercenary rush already in Matador's base. He was not prepared for this. But they just barely live long enough to really be of any use there. So that's already over. 60-second lifespan, doesn't last forever. The lead setting up a good amount of barracks already as a Migdor stronghold, because he's been able to use half-ore to build faster. Yeah, his spam is looking really solid, but if you got a very powerful full Norse army, that's gonna go a long, long way. Bergrisi is gonna be hopefully not the choice of Matador, because they mount pretty quickly actually to priests to get divine damage against them, which cannot be resisted, so the good armor doesn't do anything in the end. Siege workshops are coming up, second temple. Lots of extra Migdos. Velit is not messing around. He's getting on top of these throwing X-Men as well, which, you know, they're nice, but they don't train very quickly. Takes them quite a long time to actually come out. They're gonna be super important, however, against this X-Men flood that's about to head over here. Oh, we've got a bunch of cavalry mercs actually getting sent by Velit. He doesn't seem to mind the cost of that. It's pretty expensive. And it's not like the old school AOM, even with this deathmatch patch, because, well, they don't reset as you age up, right? So you don't send them in heroic. Actually, you're losing out on villagers if you do that. The Norse army is looking a little better, but yeah, Velit still has a ton of priests. He's able to take down those Berbrisi very quickly. Not too much trouble with that, but yeah, his army is just not in the right spot. He's got a lot of people over here. The rock might be picked off. It's actually pretty low in terms of health. So certainly didn't last long there, especially with the Goldi's help. You have to be careful with that. But at the same time, ejection doesn't kill anymore. So if you have units in the air, in the rock, dying, they come out. Even though the deathmatch patch allows you, you know, pickups on the spot. This Fafnir is going to be a problem, isn't it? It doesn't look like Velit has what it takes to take it out. Need a lot of priests for that. It looks like that this settlement will be denied as well. A good amount of crush damage coming through, as well as the damage from the throwing axes. And yes, settlement has been denied. Velit is on the struggle bus, but he does have the back TC. Likewise for Matador, he's getting his back settlement up. The front TC is not being bothered right now. There's plenty of snacks over there, but nobody to actually harass. And now that the throwing X-Men count is actually pretty high, this is a little spooky, honestly, for Velit. Nice avoidance there with the throwing X-Men, running away from the Locust. They'll be able to get back in momentarily. But they're still gonna eat a little bit of that. Oh no. Just barely getting clipped. It's not the end of the world. Anyways, there's no monument here, so the cast of Tempest is available right on top of that army. There's a lot of Jarls as well for our Freyr player. Should be able to pressure this fairly easily. Plenty of Goldie here, so they should be able to deal with the mummies as well. And still no god powers have been used, so Velit struggling so much with the initial waves is definitely scary. We should see, I think, a bunch of slingers here. But instead, Velit is making spearmen for some reason. That's not so good. You should definitely make slingers. They're highly cost effective. They're very difficult to take down, especially when you're in the middle of all these Migdor strongholds. And they would be able to deal with the throwing axes too. Unlike the spears. Spears are just getting melted, dude. Especially these ISIS ones are real crappy. Hey, Velit actually got his third town center. And that could, I suppose, be attacked by Matador. He's got a huge army here after all. Ramps are getting made as well. He doesn't have that many hill forts, but it's enough. Like, he's got 6, 7. Not all of them done. But yeah, Norse do this very easily. Nice addition of the Jormungand Elver here, as well as the Kraken. They are free, so you might as well make a dock. Probably gonna get a few hits off with that. Just before the stronghold completes, everybody attacks it and it melts away. Holy cow. Velit's town center is under siege. This is a huge army, and it's just gonna melt away in seconds. It's not even close. And the villagers here are just toast. Wait, where did they go? Did they actually walk away from this? I thought they garrisoned. Anyway, Revolt now trying again for the front town center. But in terms of resources, he's not looking so hot. Not feeling so good. Tempest is going to try to slow down the army. We've got Golem Bursty out as well. Looks like Matador is using all his god powers. He could even add in his Inferno while everyone's so slow and aren't able to dodge. This is the perfect timing for it, really. Especially once they go into the middle of the Migdor strongholds. Is he going to fire it up? Golem Bursty's having a good old time here. Already getting like almost 2,000 damage done here. But the further he goes away from the TC, the slower he gets. So I guess it's time to attack the settlement there instead, which is taking a lot of damage here actually. Yeah, Golem Bursty just getting up to 3,000 damage. That's a good cast of it. I think it's time here. It's time to do the thing. By the way, the Deathmatch patch significantly boosts the range of the monuments. So empowered, they are covering all that area that you can see. It's huge. ISIS is pretty good in many ways, but certainly not the army. Well, South Osiris is now opening up. Imagine if all that favor had been just kept by Revolt. If he had a second Son of Osiris, would this look different? I think it would. Well, Matador has set up himself a trade. He's got 3 town centers versus 2. He's gathering a little bit of every resource type except food, which is actually getting generated by his hill forts and town centers for free. It's half a second from each of these buildings. That's some free food income right there. He only needs to focus on gold and wood. Revolt is still in a good position in terms of gold for now. The main gold mine is gonna last a little longer. He's got spread out villagers, so a prosperity right now would actually be rather nice. I'd love to see it. South Osiris absolutely needs to help here with the fighting though. Triple monument empowering is gonna mean that everybody here is healing by 3 hit points per second. You can see it on supposedly this. Is that 3 hit points per second? I'm not sure it is. Oh, not anymore, because the Son of Osiris stopped empowering. Are we gonna see Ballista here, or is it just rams? Very few rams. It's difficult to take down the Migdor strongholds with throwing axemen, definitely. They're pretty good against town centers, right? But like, fortresses are just stronger, except the Norse ones. They're about the same in terms of overall defenses, you can see. These guys have a little bit more armor. TCs have more HP. But the Egyptians, though, 5,200 health on the Migdols. But the TCs only having 4,400. Of course, this is with the Hopper upgrades. We've got Inferno, however. This puppy is about to burn Velit's face. Oh my god. He used to have chariots, and we've got another cast as well of Tempest. It's already back up. Matador hasn't been making that many Myth units, so his favor has just been booming. Velit's is in serious trouble. That just cost him a lot of his population. 130 now against 230, so that's definitely not a good type of fight that you ideally take. Or not take in this case. Got the Asgardian hill forts coming right up. Locust Swarm getting cast into the throwing axes, but Matador is just gonna dodge it. No problem. So much favor. I mean, by the time Tempest comes off cooldown again in 100 seconds, this favor is gonna be enough to cast it again, it looks like. He's still got this 3-minute cooldown or whatever, so... I wonder whether that's still too frequent, by the way. Is it too frequent? It's a much longer cooldown for Inferno. definitely have to wait for that a bit. And Matador is not engaging with the bottom. He's not engaging with the relics. We've got the Dwarven Horseshoes here, which would help his Jarls. And Karen's Oboe, that's refunds for villager deaths. We've got the Chariot of Cybele, that's some lions getting spawned. Uller's Bow, max range of ranged attacks +1. Now that would have been nice for Isis earlier. It looks like the Norse army is just gonna pummel through the buildings, and there's nothing here to stop him as Velit drops below 100 population. I really think he's gonna be taken down at this point. The ballista are slowly chipping away at the buildings. These buildings have racked up a lot of damage, by the way, but it's not enough as Matador is just a little bit too powerful even for Velit, and that's gonna make this a 2-0 in the series. The outkill is particularly notable again. Nicely done. Matador going to the winners finals. Lord Crusher asking if macro and DM is mostly gold and trade. Well, not necessarily. This is a Freyr special, right? Where you don't have to care about food because all your buildings are generating the food for you. That's a special case. With Isis, you're heavily focused on gold anyway because you're Egyptian. All your buildings cost gold or are free. So that's naturally a gold-focused faction. Gold and food there. And yeah, caravans. Caravans are important for everybody. Because they're just super permanent. They can do this all day. Alright, we've got another series coming up. It's gonna be Ryuk versus Darth Knox. You guys can set up your match whenever you like. Ah, we've got the lobby. I was just gonna ask for it, but we got it. So Ryuk is hosting. It's gonna be Bamboo Grove, it looks like. There should be a good series as well. Hope you're all enjoying the biz. Let's see about the standings. So we've nearly worked our way through the winner's bracket here. Matador just crushing it. We've got Ryuk versus Darth Knox coming up, and then the winner goes up against Matador. And then the loser's bracket, Legend and Neato hopefully are playing at the moment. Revolt and Tiger Boss, I think, have just finished. Actually, Tiger Boss has defeated Revolt 2-0, so that should be in the brackets momentarily. We've got Westerlong supposedly going up against one of these guys soon, and then Velit will be waiting here in losers round number 4. I think we'll be just on time here to catch either this or that. Losers round 4 loser semis should be something we can grab. Let's see how it ends up working out. By the way, gamers, if you're enjoying the content, you could support us by commissioning a show match. That's one of the services we have on our website. If you want to see a best of 7 show match between some tip-top players, including in standard, you can commission that with us right here on our website. You just go under support us, and you can commission a show match right there. If you're extra enjoying it, you can also become a patron and just help us out with our ongoing costs, as well as get some show match funding going for our games, get all your little perks for the price of a coffee. And if you want to prop up the deathmatch tournaments, you can specifically donate to that as well. Would I like to see a 4th Egyptian or Greek god first? I don't really mind between the two options. Either is fine. I think it's taking too long though. Like they should have been faster, no? Something happened with my lobbies again, and they're no longer refreshing. Hold up. Yeah, I just think about the extra gods. They can come anytime they want. I just want to see them more frequently, you know? Not wait a year between Freyr and the next whatever god it's gonna be. It's taking too long. These gods should be made in half a year. All you gotta make is a handful of myth units and god powers, no? What's missing from the Egyptian meta? It's a good question. You'd have to definitely think about some kind of niche there. I think it's raiding, personally. I think it's active mobility and raiding in the classical age. That's what's missing. Like we've got Eco with Ra and heroic raiding with him as well. You've got Isis with the heroic timings. You've got Set with the classical map control, but not necessarily raiding. Guess Anubite raiding is a thing, but that's mild. So someone that heavily commits to that and wants to fight in classical. That's, I think, what's missing. Return of the Kopesh. Maybe. If it's a special thing, maybe people are more amenable to it. I don't know. Alright, let's see. The players went with unexpected colors. Or not. Alright, let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another winner semifinals here from our deathmatch tournament. In the red color, this is Darth Knox. Playing as Poseidon. The other side of the map, in the blue, we've got Ryuk playing as Kronos. I'm just keeping it simple, putting forward a bunch of military barracks and counter barracks. Likewise with our Greek player, a little bit heavy commitment there on the archery range. Ideally you split up your villagers a bit more. They are now going to be caught by the Prometheans. The heroes are late, and Theseus should have been first, right? With Atalanta only now coming out, she's not going to be in time to save the villagers as easily. Ryuk is flooding heavily onto these villagers supposedly. If he can micro his units, he should be able to get several pickoffs, which is extremely important in deathmatch. You don't allow Greek to build into your face or you'll be in serious trouble with their Hippaspis Tuxodi spam, as well as the Cyclops obviously, and Pestilence being able to cover your entire base. These are all very, very risky things, and on this map, Bamboo Grove, you don't have a lot of room to spread around your building, so Pestilence is gonna hit super hard. Darth Knox definitely has his strategy down, just pumping the buildings forward and rushing hard. It should work in theory, but he may have lost too many villagers. He's down to just 9. Ryuk has 18 population of hero citizens here, which are obviously boosted by the theft of fire. They're building fast, you gamers. But does... Oh, another set of pickoffs on the villagers. Ryuk is doing so well there. The Cairo Ballista as well as the Satyrs are holding the ground in the back, and now we've got fire siphons and no fortresses for Darth Knox. He's only now starting on his fortress in the back. Hasn't gone Aphrodite, but rather has gone for Dionysus, so they're not going to be built particularly fast as well. The Archers are now opening up, and the fire siphons are getting to do what they do best: tear down a bunch of buildings. Warden of Tartar is going absolutely insane here, already having dealt 1700 damage. Oh my god, 1800 plus. And Ryuk has built up a lot of palaces. He's gonna be able to flood. Already takes a victory here against Darth Knox in the early game. That was definitely painful for Darth Knox. Didn't even get to cast his Pestilence. Didn't get to keep up his early momentum due to that late fortress and just not enough buildings in general. Well done to Ryuk. Absolutely brutal, this deathmatch game mode, isn't it? We've got a ton of oracles spread around as well, so Ryuk has been busy in this early game. Up to nearly 3 town centers by the time we finished, at just the 3-minute mark. Oh my god. Yeah, that was wild. Easy betting win. Okay, the next game should be coming up. Silk Road is gonna be our map. We're already loading in. Neat. Bit of a reverse matchup situation now. Almost. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Here on Silk Road, Ryuk is going to be playing as Zeus, swapping it out. Darth Knox has seen something that he likes. Now he wants to try it, give Ryuk the business with that god. The build order is definitely all over the place at the moment, as he's turning his guys into heroes. Hopefully he'll build enough, because Ryuk is already on the way, putting down several buildings. Stables, archery ranges, and military academies actually are a little bit in a shortage. So hopefully Ryuk fixes that soon. Some extra villagers getting made here. Quick captures on the trading post as well by Darth Knox, giving him a little bit of early momentum there. And this is, I guess, sort of treated as a wall off, but he doesn't have enough buildings. The citizens are busy building manors. They should be building palaces and a ton of military barracks and counter barracks. Numbers are just not there. Ryuk discovers them with his Pegasi. He made a good number of those, by the way, so he has certainly vision all over the place. Catches those citizens while they're not building enough. That could turn around very, very quickly. Ryuk's getting his own trading post as well now, shooing away these oracles. Unfortunately for Ryuk, the Hydra has gone into Narnia. Not sure what's looking for here. There's only goats there. But yeah, the citizens do get found. Palace is raining down fire And oil onto the citizens, sorry, the archers. The citizen just shanked one. That's hilarious. And I'm not sure Ryuk has enough here to actually fight the citizens, but once he brings the next armies, I'm not sure these TCs can come up. Although they're gonna be finished in like 12 seconds as all these manners stack their boosts together, and then the citizens themselves are crazy. Plus, they have Theft of Fire, so... yeah, the TC just got built in moments. Insane stuff. But yeah, Ryuk will be back with Siege. He's already establishing some really good control. He's got the Mythic Age, he's got Medusa, so those will be able to turn the Wardens of Tartarus into stone. Heroes are coming in soon, I think, as well. A nice little deconstruct that's very annoying to deal with for sure. Especially since it takes so much time now to rebuild. Great raiding onto the oracles, and we've got a restoration being used here to keep the army going. Medusa can take the beating a little bit, it seems, against these satyrs, but not for too long. They do manage to snipe in the end. Bellerophon jumps on them though, and will make quick work of them. They're not tanky by any means. Cantarius, Catapultes, Murmillo, Fanatic, a little bit of everything is being used here by Darth Knox. Fighting is not too bad actually for him. But as the Hoplites, Hippospist, Prodromos, and Toxotes fight against this, I think the Greek player has the advantage. It really does look like it. In terms of population, our Kronos player has been wiped out. We'll have to recover somehow. Ryuk is just capturing all the trading posts with buildings next to them and holding on to them too. Some nice citizens kills are coming through, and the Hippicon or Hippeus are ready to deny any builder going that way. I will say that these Hippeus are pretty expensive, as some of them are derping out, just hanging out. So, you know, the Fanatics are supposed to cut these down pretty quick, but that's what you have so many Toxotes for, in theory at least. Alright, Hanapolis having a bit of trouble against all the melee. And these Cantarius are shredding through the Toxotes as well. Ryuk is on 3 town centers. Darth Knox just on 2, can't get the 3rd one. Ryuk is just farming these trading posts. Looks like he's getting gold from all 3, as that's the first resource to typically run low. Well, Bronze, Lightning Storm, these things are all available for Ryuk. I think he could absolutely make use of those. Bunch of idols, but we got 3 Medusas in the back. Such powerful units. Like, you know, the satyrs are strong. These ladies are even better. It's just that they cost an extra population. More range as well, which is nice. Loving the Petropolis, they should tear down those palaces in no time. And there's the Vortex, where are they going? Oh, taking out the Hippeus. I don't know about that. Yeah, Ryuk is gonna be winning this one. That was just a resignation vortex. Gotta use the god power. Ryuk didn't need bronze, didn't need... Why are we getting the old Kronos image here? I didn't set that. Oh, it's his profile picture, right? Or is it? No, this is classic Kronos. If you select it, I guess the spectator sees it as that. Fair enough. Ryuk winning 218 to 187 kills. That's pretty close actually, considering that he had the population advantage. GG. That's the series going to Ryuk then. Which means we're gonna have Ryuk versus Matador coming up in the winners finals, gamers. Another best of 3 for us. Now let me see if there's any scores to enter in the lower bracket, because for Fufuksaki the website is glitching out. Legend, are you not playing with Neato? Oh, they're still playing. Yeah, they've just started the game there. Okay, they're still going. So next up, we're gonna have Matador versus Ryuk. Gonna put up a thread for them to set up. Matador is the higher seed, so he'll be picking the first map there. Alright, Ryuk needs a longer be right back moment there. We might cover a losers round match if we get one. Yeah, I thought that would be a close series as well, but Ryuk seems better practiced than one might imagine. Alright, we need 15 minutes as a filler. Is there a match ready? Let's see. Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. We might not have anything. Oh, Legend versus Neato is underway. We're gonna take a quick look at that. Somebody's up a point, but I'll just mark it as a best of 1, okay? Alright, gamers, here we are. We've got a legend. He's a legend. He's playing as Nua. And then on the other side, this is Neato. Again, Freyr, we don't have a Freyr overlay situation, so that's a little bit unfortunate. We're just gonna fast forward through this game. This is like a bonus round. As Nua, you get to build everything fast. Without workers. As long as you just place them in this blessed area. That's all you gotta do. So Legend is getting a whole lot of production done. And his Kuafu are gonna be very nice for building the fortresses quickly, the ballet. And then all you do is print a Dao Swordsman with a little bit of ranged backup. And get them dragons going as well as your unique hero. It might be difficult to pull this off against Norse though with Hell. There's gonna be a lot of fire giants supposedly. Legend will need his extra heroes, not just the pioneers. He already has 8 of them, however. Gonna put down his earth wall. That's a little bit in the way of the Norse units. I love how big his army has already gotten. The pumping is serious. Also, a lot of the towers are being built here. It actually turned his military camp into towers. So all his buildings can shoot. None of his buildings are training units quickly though, as a result. Still, he's holding on. He's holding on. He's got the axe carts. And just putting ballet all over. TCs are a secondary priority. Funnily enough, he hasn't built them yet, even though he's used the creation god power somewhere. Well, Tempest versus the healing god power here. Forest protection just completely negated the Tempest damage. Man, Legend continues with his range spam. This would really take a little bit of Huskar to punch through. All these Norse units are just getting absolutely mounted. Legend's just partying here as his buildings are doing untold damage. And it looks like he is victorious. Yeah, SC2 speed right there. We might have to cover another losers match. Western Long versus Legend is coming up. Maybe we covered that. I don't know. But this was a 2-1. No worries, Neato. You put up a fight there. Who sponsors this tournament? I do. It's a personal investment here. All our events are self-funded. We had a £1,000 one last time. Back in April. And then, obviously, Mythic Wars took precedence after that. That was a good one. All of it you can find on YouTube, by the way. Right, I think we could take a look at maybe one more match of Westerlong versus Legend. The problem is, Ryuk needs to be AFK for a longer time. So maybe I'll just put on my build order guide a little bit here. In the background, you guys can watch that and we can just roll with that. How about it? And I'll actually take a break as well. It will be my only break for the tournament. How long is that video? Oh god, it's 1 hour, 29 minutes. No, it's too long. It's too long. I will show you guys the game I'm working on though. Titan Quest 2, that's right. That's a good idea just here. You guys can watch the trailers over on the Steam page and maybe buy the game if you like it. So actually, for work, I'm a game designer and I work in a lead capacity at the moment on Titan Quest 2. So feel free to take a look here on Steam. Let's take a look. It's an action RPG game. You might have heard of Titan Quest 1, and I think you guys like Mythology, so this might be right up your alley. You just need audio for that. Okay, that should be through. Right, so we're in this early access, admittedly a very, very early access. Here's the screenshots from the Steam page as well. We at the moment have an intro chapter as well as the next one. So there's 2 chapters at the moment in the game. There's going to be much, much more as we develop it. But at the same time, it comes at a massive discount. So you can get it for way cheaper than the full price will be. The full price being $50 or euros. That's the baseline. Yeah, it's very much like Titan Quest 1. Like, you still got your 2 masteries that you combine instead of a preset class. And you work with synergies there. Here's the announcement trailer, the cinematic one. Take a look at that as well.
Of mortals, bound by fate's golden strands.
Tell of their laughter, their struggles, their glory.
Tell of warlike Sparta. Fate destined them for godlike greatness.
But the gods had other plans.
Their ambition angered the goddess. And winged retribution showed them no mercy.
Staining their strands with darkness.
But don't cut it short. Tell us the whole story.
Tell us about hope.
Right, so early access. I guess I could explain it, but you know what's better than me explaining it? It's actually me explaining it. We've got a gameplay video about it. So I guess I'll just show you the official material. I don't have to stutter here in the moment. Where is that? Uh-huh. Here's a gameplay deep dive. I'll just be talking in the video instead of live. It's smarter. Let's do that. Hello and welcome to our early access gameplay preview of Titan Quest 2. I'm Balint Martin, lead systems designer at Grimlore Games. In this video, we will be taking a look at what you can expect in our initial release. Titan Quest 2's handcrafted world is semi-open, allowing you to explore in any direction you choose within the current chapter. Our chapters, on the other hand, will be connected in a linear fashion. Let's take a look at the flooded farmlands near the village of Pyrgos. This is an early game area, shortly after the goddess Nemesis forced our hero to flee their village. The local dam has been breached by the Ichthian fishmen, causing the flood. We are tasked with finding their leaders and eliminating them. Combat in Titan Quest 2 is all about a back and forth with enemies. We carefully crafted animation timings to ensure that you can sidestep enemy weapon attacks. Enemy abilities are telegraphed and avoidable as well, and often come with an area warning on the ground. Mobs are typically built in a way that they would complement the strengths and weaknesses of the enemies in each group. Groups of fodder don't always have backup from more advanced enemies though. Looking at the Ichthyan faction, you will see a huge variety of troops that can form a great number of compositions. For example, the Enchanter is a healer that prioritizes its strongest ally and also buffs them while the channeling healing is active. Brutes frequently accompany them, as their powerful mace abilities and high health make for excellent synergy here. What really tops this duo off is when there's also a man-catcher in the squad trying to snare you with their net. If you are caught, the Brute Slam ability is not avoidable for most builds without teleport, so you will have to find a way to survive the onslaught with a mix of your skill usage, barrier, potion, and your raw stats. For glass cannon characters, the dodge skill will be your best friend, as ideally you never get caught in the first place. While we definitely want the combat to be challenging and demand your attention, we also wanted to make sure you have a lot of choices about how you engage these groups. Do you take out the low rank enemies first? Perhaps target the flimsier casters? Maybe you can manage to unleash a flurry of abilities to take out a tougher single enemy.
Not enough energy.
The Ichthyan leaders we are asked to hunt down in the flooded farmlands have particularly powerful abilities and are kitted out with a large number of them. On top of this, they also have auras that boost the performance of their allies, making the entire group more dangerous. Leaders or elite enemies will be scattered throughout the open world and are sometimes associated with quests. They can definitely be threatening, but aren't quite on the same level as boss tier enemies. When building your character, like in the first Titan Quest game, you will be combining 2 masteries to form your class. Within these, as you unlock new skills, you will mix and match skill modifiers to customize them to your needs. Even your passive skills will feature feats that you can unlock, as well as mix and match, further expanding your ability to customize your character. Flexibility is key in Titan Quest 2, seeing as there are several synergies to explore, and certain enemies will just be more resistant to your core build. To make sure you have this flexibility, we are allowing you on-the-fly changes to your skill modifiers at no cost, as well as skill point respecs without the need for a vendor. Skill point reallocation will cost you, however. As for your main attributes, altering those would require a ritual, invoking the gods' favor. Your attribute allocation will determine what sort of equipment you will be able to use, as you would expect from any RPG. Titan Quest 2, however, features meta attributes, which are a function of adjacent attributes. These will then boost select damage types. For example, you will be able to build a might and knowledge focused mage, allowing them to wear heavy armor while using a staff. Might and Knowledge both contribute to the Resolve meta attribute, which then boosts your fire and cold damages. You are not fully locked into the typical archetypes of your attributes though, even if you don't spec into agility, as your attributes are still contributing to their meta attribute with agility. It may be possible to pivot to lightning or poison damage or physical damage types with the right gear and some small changes to your modifiers or skill allocation. During your journey, you will come across this cave beneath a temple containing Titan Ichor. By now it has crystallized, but it still contains enormous power. This power could be yours, but you will have to prove your mettle in this wave-based encounter. The enemies you face here will be skeletons, with some of them getting introduced for the first time. While they are individually weak, oftentimes you will be fighting large numbers of them. Elite skeletons, like Evokers or Revenants, create greater threats with their abilities, but so long as you pack some strike, fire, cold or lightning damage, cleaning them up should be no problem if you don't get caught too much. Especially the melee skeletons will be quite resistant to poison or pierce damage, however. Revenants can be particularly threatening, imbuing their allies with their own elemental damage type. Guards are able to reduce the damage allies take, while Warlocks take on a leadership role, littering the battlefield with powerful AoE attacks and adding life drain damage to their allies. Lastly, let's take a look at the Hippocampus, one of Titan Quest II's optional bosses. Her skills are much more complex than even those of the most elite regular enemies. This will demand attention from players, whether they rely on absorbing damage with a barrier, dodging just at the right time, or simply tanking with a perfect build that counters the boss. With our bosses, we want to make sure that players can pick up on ability patterns and thus allow them over time to more effectively take on these enemies without too much randomness in their ability sequences. With the Hippocampus, it's particularly important to time dodge abilities well, as overusing it will lead to certain abilities hitting you. By opting into Leap Slam, you can simply jump over the wave attack, saving you your dodge ability charge. Further Leap Slam charges help even more. However, when it comes to the Water Beam and Electric Ray combo attack, the timing of your dodge will be of great importance, especially seeing as this is a delayed attack with a small window of error. Being an early game boss, the Hippocampus only has simple phases, gaining some barrier in stages as the main health bar depletes. Bosses in the later game will unlock devastating abilities as you work away at their health. This and more awaits you in the early access of Titan Quest II. Our initial release will offer you an introductory chapter as well as the Ichthian chapter. The Earth, Storm, Warfare, and Rogue Masteries will be available, alongside 50 enemies, 6 bosses, 9 main and 14 side quests, and much more. We will add further content in regular game updates. We can't wait to hear what you have to say about the game. Your feedback will enable us to build the best Titan Quest II experience possible. Okay, gamers. Now I've explained it without having to explain it. That's great. I've already done it in the past. Can just go again, right? Yeah, it is like Path of Exile. Although Titan Quest happened before Path of Exile, so there is that. No, my lobbies are glitching out. Yeah, feel free to grab it on Steam or the Epic Game Store. It's in early access, and we really want to work with the community to make it a great experience over time. Hopefully it's already a decent start. I mean, reviews are at 85%. I think people think it's a decent start. I'll leave the reviewing and the feedback to you guys, though. Yeah, thanks for waiting. Thanks for checking out the little Titan Quest promotion I'm doing to our 20 viewers. Appreciate it. Let's get Matador versus Ryuk started up here, though. It's time. Alright, I think this time the lobbies aren't betraying us and we should be able to join momentarily. Just 50 seconds to go. I'm not sure what the first map is gonna be. It doesn't show it in the lobby, sadly. But we'll find that once we're in. Ryuk probably gonna go in with his Kronos. He likes to open with it. It's a really nice momentum play. I'm also seeing quite a bit of Zeus today, so there might be more of that from both sides, actually. Wonder what happened with Norse, though. Oh my. Well, I certainly didn't expect what we're about to get. Oh, I need to quickly enter a score, though. Oh, wait, what? Okay. We're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome. It is time for the winners finals of our deathmatch tournament. Ryuk loading in here with Zeus in the red color, and his opponent on the other side of the map also Zeus, as we allow mirror matches these days. This is Matador. So this matchup should be just Athena, Apollo, and Hera, but seems Matador prefers Dionysus. That will be interesting to see how that goes. See if the Hydra plays a role, see if the Bronze gets to play a role. Certainly Underworld Passage is a great mobility power in Deathmatch. Both players are making a little bit of every building type. Ryuk starting up with the fortresses, Matador going a little bit heavier on the overall production. That's interesting. Also, Ryuk has picked up a relic here for building hit points. That is going to be very nice going forward. The Manticore is already doing a great job here of picking off some of these lighter infantry units. And especially before they get their champion upgrades, that's going to be nice. Hippa's Pissed and Peltas is probably going to be the name of the game here. Ryuk still printing a bunch of Toxotes, but I think he's going to stop shortly. He's mixing at the moment between the two. Matador way more committed to the Peltas action. Let's see how that ends up working out. Both players are arriving to Mythic roughly in the same moment. So that's been pretty clean from both sides. Matador though has a much bigger army, already up 30 population and counting, largely due to the Peltas mass in the background just getting to do a lot of work. These guys have 5.8 DPS, so they're not quite as damaging as Toxotes would be. You have almost double the DPS, but as long as you shoot archers or ranged units, they'll do the trick. Well, the choke point is going to be the next spot here for Ryuk, but he's still dropping in population, having to use a defensive restoration. An aggressive one getting used by Matador. It seems to me Ryuk might be just getting overrun. A slight bit faster back DC here for Matador, coming up with at least 3 villagers working on it. Belorphin is out. The Hydra has 4 heads already, with the 5th one probably not being far away. Why isn't it showing damage stats on this boy? I'm so sad. Give me back the damage stats on the Hydra. It must have been thousands of damage. One of the fortresses is already getting torn down. The Helipolis are trying to go after the Petrobolas. Let's see if Matador is going to shoot back with those. It doesn't look like it, so they should be able to take them down pretty easily. Ryuk is holding for now-ish, but if his last fortresses are getting torn down, then he doesn't have siege anymore. And the patrol boss can kind of just do whatever they want. Siege versus siege is still a big part of the game, after all. Although these guys have 85% crush armor. Right, Belorphin is out for Ryuk. There is some hope to bring this back, maybe. He's got a good amount of Medusa. But can he get out some Hippa's Fist himself? At the moment, he's trading a lot of Hippeus, which are extremely expensive. You can see in terms of the resources, Matador has a lot more in the bank because he's just making the cheaper units. Peltas, Hoplite, Hippa's Fist, they don't cost much gold, do they? Ryuk has so many Peltas now that I don't think it's easy to engage him anymore. Petrobolas are doing a great job of tearing down these fortresses. Bronze is in, so Matador might just be able to break through the remainder here. Just tearing down a few more buildings. Ryuk won't have enough production to keep this up. Matador has a back TC. Ryuk has a back TC. So the economy is roughly in a similar spot in terms of income, but Matador just has more gold. Wonder how much longer that will last. Ryuk has used up all his wood, however, already, so the villagers will have to just gather wood at this point. And bronze is an absolutely huge problem for him, as well as these hoplites just tank all day. They can do this forever. The Peltas are being separately controlled very nicely by Matador. They're picking off several enemy Peltas before they even get to shoot back. So that's very nice, but they're getting distracted by the Helipolis. A little bit of shift clicking action here, and he should be done. Ryuk is down to 80 population, and that's probably going to be game, as there's no way he can remake the army without additional buildings. He hasn't had backup stuff, and Matador gets a quick 5-minute 58 victory here in the first match. Yeah, you can just see the military unit count has been head for Matador for the whole time, so no wonder there that he outkilled Ryuk. How much by? Almost by double. That's insane. Yeah, that was wild. Oh, somebody raided us. It's the Boyd. Just in time with the later matches. We're already in the winners final here. Hope you had a great stream, Boyd. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are setting up now the second round already in a moment. We have 1 minute until we get into it. And yes, in this tournament, guys, it was the same major god because actually we don't have a draft system in this. So it's a more relaxed kind of rule set because the deathmatch players have been kind of inactive. And we basically allow them to just repeat, to just use the gods they want as long as they don't repeat them. Right, so you play Zeus once, no more Zeus now. So that should be pretty interesting. Matador is a pretty complete player. He is the #1 ladder player in standard at the moment, and he's been winning all the deathmatch tournaments, so there is that. If the deathmatch ladder was more active, he'd probably be #1 there too. He's really good. They picked the same minor gods? No, that was Dionysus for Matador. He actually went for bronze here. Ryuk more traditionally going for underworld. Apollo. Alright, we're about to load into the next one in a sec. Nearly there. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of this series. In the blue color, we have got Matador, and he's gonna be playing as Freyr. Unfortunately for Freyr, we don't actually have an overlay card at the moment, so I'm just gonna pull up the random, okay? we have to make that. We have to make that. But this whole overlay is going to be available to everyone once we fix the missing Freyr. Ryuk, however, is going for Kronos, which is one of his better gods for sure. He's going to be boosting up the build rates with the manners, time shifting them forward, and then putting on significant frontal pressure. He's already trying to get something done here with the Prometheans, but I don't think they'll be able to do much more than pick off the Draugr there. Matador not making that large of a building amount, honestly. The Great Hall by the town center should be well placed to protect it a little bit, as Kronos can do some really crazy stuff with the initial flood, especially as the palaces come up. They might be able to completely deny this hill fort. The Cairo Ballista are already out, as Ryuk is just blazing through the early game with a very, very fast build order. The manners affecting multiple buildings. His town center will come up very quickly as well, as it's being boosted by 3 manners. And being Prometheus, you have Theft of Fire, right? Okay, the hill fort will come up in the end. Ryuk wasn't terribly focused on this, but it can be deconstructed at least, so that no units get reduced from it, so there's no firepower coming out of it. You've got a good number of satyrs, a very powerful anti-myth unit, but it won't be doing so well against the Bear Greasy. The double Warden of Tartarus, however, should be able to knock down any building in the way. Golem Bursty has to be used early on, which is definitely not the place you want to be in. Towers are coming up for Ryuk, so he's got a lot of building firepower here. You can see that these palaces are already doing hundreds of damage, soon into the thousands, but the Golem Bursty Ditto going kind of nuts. You got a lot of Hero Murmillos, so they'll be great against Fafnirs coming out, until there's a critical mass of throwing axemen. Once there is a critical mass of throwing axemen, the infantry line will just absolutely disappear. And also, you have to remember these Vidar Berserk with full upgrades, as is usual in Deathmatch. You just get all the upgrades for free after all. Yeah, those Vidar boys are insane. The Bear Greasy seem to be tanking really nicely. Atlantis doesn't have a whole lot of divine damage to counter them, so they just get to be absolute tank in all the possible ways. The free town center situation for Ryuk is imminent, however. And he's starting to secure the size of the map, hunting some black bears. Very few builders from Matador on the back TC, so population-wise he's gonna be on the struggle bus. Whereas Ryuk should be able to rebuild fairly easily. I would love to see from him maybe a little bit of cavalry so he can deal with those throwing axes a little bit easier. But there's not going to be any sneaky business going about. It's just the market, it's just the walling. Interesting map though for Deathmatch. Like, you get a lot of central focus, but nobody said nothing about not being allowed to do side attacks. It will probably happen, and honestly Matador is definitely not doing well here. Those throwing axemen, yeah, they're great against infantry, but once you go up against Chiroballista Arcus, you're gonna need to switch it up a little bit. And I certainly like the Bird Greasy idea. Would love to see a bunch of more cavalry. Even though there's so many towers, you know, Granulations has been nerfed back again to normalcy, so you can actually use cavalry now, despite the higher firepower from these buildings. And also, we are playing on a slightly patched game, so like advanced fortifications isn't as crazy here. It's just 30%, not 50. Yeah, those fortresses aren't gonna wreck your cavalry by themselves. Anyways, Tempest. Tempest is wrecking the Atlantean army, it seems, and Ryuk is running out of gold. That's big trouble right there. He does have some gold income coming in, but it's not much, and trade is not on the way yet. So Matador might just have enough population here to blaze through, not having to worry too much about what Ryuk has got, and eventually Inferno will unlock. It starts on cooldown in Deathmatch. You unlock it very quick, right? But you don't actually get to use it immediately. That would be crazy. So there's a little timer here. In 1 minute, we're also gonna get an Inferno. But I'm not sure there's gonna be anything to Inferno. All the buildings are getting torn down. There's barely any palaces left. And Ryuk's trying to desperately rebuild, but he allowed the throwing axemen to do their thing, right? And there's siege behind this. There's a good number of ballista in the back. So that is going to be torn down, and now you just follow it up with an Inferno once Ryuk finally gets an army back. Maybe just allow it to happen actually, because it will do so much damage. Yeah, just let him get some units and do a big Inferno then, damaging the buildings and the army at the same time. Ryuk shouldn't have any money to remake the army, but maybe he doesn't anyway. In fact, Matador is feeling comfy enough to just throw down the Hellfort there with a single builder. No problem. It's building faster in the later ages anyway. And by the time I finish this sentence, the town center will be gone. I can't even finish the sentence. That's how fast it's moving. The siege buffs and the TC staying at the same health. Maybe a little bit too crazy even for Deathmatch. Ryuk doesn't have anything left, and that's GG already. Matador moving into the grand finals. Ryuk having to fight through the losers finals. Oh, I got to take a breath. That was wild. Ryuk did outcollect Matador, but I don't think the 5,000 extra resources helped when Matador outkilled him a little bit. And just seemingly destroyed way more buildings, especially. So that's pretty expensive stuff. Not necessarily covered by that. 17 Bear Greasy? Is that real? Is this stat actually fixed? Huh, maybe. Anyway, GG. That was a quick series again. We're all about the quick series today. Now let me find out if there's any other series that we could cover before we enter the Losers semifinals. I think Westenlong and Legend are still playing, so that side of that bottom side of this double elim bracket is dragging on a little bit. We might jump into those. There's nothing else to watch, so we'll do that, okay? Yeah, they're in a 14-minute match, so we'll try to catch up. The winner of that is going to be going up against Darth Knox in the chat, that's right. So let me just set this up. They have a best of 3 as well. Everyone's getting a best of 3 today because not that many players showed up. I think you guys are missing out though, honestly. There's another tournament in the next month. I hope people will join that. It's really fun. Okay, you guys ready? Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a losers round 3 match over here of our deathmatch tournament. Legend gonna be spawning in the red color, playing as Kronos. On the other side, his opponent, the ancient enemy, this is Westenlong. He's gonna be playing as Seth. So Seth could be really interesting with early shifting sands plays. Basically what you can do is get out a whole lot of siege in the early game. It could be elephants, it could be siege towers, it could be scarabs, whatever. It's gonna be something. It's not gonna be scarabs. We've gone actually through Neftis here. And you just shifting sands them into the main base and create absolute chaos. It could be a side TC, Tot is gonna be the choice, and Elephant shifting sands will be the strategy. So Westenlong is putting together quite a few barracks to survive against the Murmillo onslaught. We've got a Phoenix as well, plus the animals, so that's neat. But what about all these elephants? And actually nothing can protect the Migdol against the Deconstruct. Legend could put on some serious damage here if he just deconstructs that Migdol stronghold. Please remember to deconstruct the Migdol stronghold. It's ready. Oh no. Legend didn't click. There's a lot of Phoenix now to help defend. The Phoenix did get a little bit of buff in the Deathmatch patch, the mod we're using here. So there's going to be a lot of Phoenix, and also their eggs are going to hatch faster, so it's very important to take them down quick. Of course, in Deathmatch, other myth units and heroes are widely available, so shouldn't be that much of a problem. But yeah, these guys are actually doing some damage. 6 Phoenix already. Westenlong can afford a handful more if he wants to, but I think he's saving some favor for extra Migdol strongholds. Gonna be pretty important. Legend walling off with manners. They're gonna be empowering the town center. They're gonna be empowering new palaces getting built as well, so that's nice. He's also doing so in the back. So really good build from Legend. The pressure is good as well, but he must absolutely get Arcus heroes if he wants to protect against this. It looks like Shifting Sands is coming in, however, ladies and gentlemen, and Westenlong is already in the main of Legends. This is gonna disappear sooner than I can finish the sentence. No, it's at the same time. Good enough. Go next. Good amount of Fanatics as well as Murmillo here to take down the War Elephants. That's not going to be too difficult, as this time around also Arcus heroes. But the eggs, they hatch fast. Look at that. It's going to be very, very quick. I think it's 20 seconds only. So if you don't instantly attack the eggs, you'll just get a Phoenix in your face. Oh, Legend. No, you have to attack the eggs. Oh my god, he's getting both of them back. That's sick. Which probably means that other TC is also toast. Wait. Repair? Is it strong enough? It's not. It's not strong enough. There's just too much damage here. And the Phoenix weren't getting shot at anyway. Ancestors is getting cast somewhere. Oh, There's no villagers here, though. That's a lot of fire siphon. Oh my god, Legend destroyed the TC! I didn't notice that. But Legend is very, very well known for his little fire siphon run-bys. He's making a ton again. This is gonna be extremely expensive if it can be put under control by Westenlong. And see if he can manage to do so. But Legend's rebuilding the TC pretty quickly. It's not that expensive, and he can just go back to resource collection after this. There's more elephants to potentially send out if the shifting stance recharges, which it will be a little while. It's normally 180 seconds to recharge that, but in Deathmatch it actually takes 50% longer. Or was it double now? I forget. I think it's 50% slower to recharge in DM. Just so that we can get more army versus army action, because you know you have a lot of favor in Deathmatch. You would just be flinging god powers at each other without that change. It's not in the DM patch though, it's the devs actually agree with us about that. So that's good. Vortex is coming in momentarily. Maybe Legend can put Westenlong in a situation where he doesn't have a TC. That could be pretty devastating just in terms of population, just in terms of making an economy. But we've got Meteor right in the middle of that army, and that crush damage is still doing a ton to the fire siphons, whereas your own units barely take any damage at all. So yeah, all those fire siphons have been flattened pretty much. There's 3 of them left. That's pretty pathetic. Legend didn't want to be in that place. Chaos is gonna be, you know, hurting that army at least a little bit, but it doesn't last too long, so not that big of a deal here. The X-Men still seem to be shredding through the Fanatics, but you have to remember the Fanatics also do some bonus damage back against them, so it's not like they are a perfect answer. The Chariots, on the other hand, are gonna have a good time, as well as the Phoenix, which are barely being targeted by Legend, but now they are. So let's see how many of the eggs are gonna make it. Not many, it looks like, as Legend very quickly focuses them down. He saw earlier a bunch of them making it back through the eggs, and no more of that, he says. Alright, the initial town center is getting rebuilt, and Legend has quite a bit of economy now, at least in terms of income, not in actual stored resources. He's kind of broke in that term. Great pickoffs there by the Fanatics. They're gonna reset this town center fully as well, the settlement rather. And Westenlong is stuck on 1 TC. Legend still has not used Deconstruct. He still hasn't used Vortex, so that's all available. It's just a matter of when can he make back fire siphons. Once he does, that's gonna be a pretty big deal. But Westenlong has a lot of resources still. He's coming out with catapults and a pretty good Egyptian army overall. So this isn't looking too bad. Might be looking at a slightly longer game as Legend is running out of resources. Westenlong has no population, but he also will have a very difficult time fighting through all those buildings while Legend actually slowly rebuilds his economy. The farm's also getting boosted here by the manor. Very nice. Yeah, the best move for Legend is just retreat. Let these catapults work on his buildings a bit. It's okay. Oh, they also let you select all the manors and time shift one after the other quickly. Yes, smart casting, that is so important. Oh, that's a good number of fire siphons. This TC is gone. Unless there's a shifting stance to protect Westenlong. Okay, no shifting stance to protect. You know, you get those elephants on top of these fire siphons, they will disappear. But looks like at the moment they're more busy destroying the houses. Vortex will be a while to come off cooldown. 30 more seconds. It's a little bit of time at least, but you know, the fire siphons could run around a little bit. The X-Men aren't that much faster than them. By a little bit of time. The elephants certainly can't catch them though. A little bit of snaring from the Axon will slow them down though. Enough for the Phoenix to get in some attacks. More Fire Siphons up front. The Legend's getting ready for another Vortex. They do cost 100 favor here, as it's a very useful power in Deathmatch. So Legend certainly has the mobility if he wants it. Can Westenlong rebuild the TC though? Doing a great job with these catapults, counter-attacking by the way, taking down some manors, taking down several fortresses already, and he can just go after the TC now. But somebody needs to take care of that Fanatic, because losing 2 free catapults to 1 Fanatic is not great news. Oh man, I think it's gonna take down the last one too. That's sick. Holy crap, that Fanatic just did so much resource value damage. That's very effective. Westenlong on 5 villagers making a comeback, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. What was that? Like 2,000 resource damage by 1 Fanatic? That's insane. Still, Westenlong can take it for now. He does have a market somewhere, so he can sell his wood. Liking this little raid group. Just picking off some randos. Poor Legend can't make anything. He's way overdone his gold. You gotta move some gold people. Oh, look at that! Instant reaction. Actually, he's like 14 minutes in the past, so he's a time traveler too. Westenlong ready for a counter-offensive whenever. He can do another shifting sands. Mess him up real good. Okay, the town center may be ready, but it's also ready to be destroyed, I suppose. This isn't gonna last long at all. Oh my god, these fire siphons just so nasty. Doing so much damage too. Another villager down. Westenlong is back to 5 villagers. The Pharaoh is under attack. You gotta be so careful here at that point. If you lose the villagers, Legend can just individually pick off the houses, and it doesn't really matter what happens to the rest. You will grind through if there's no villagers. Catapult working away at these fortresses. Oh my god, 4,000 damage on that one. That's sick. I love this new stat. It's so fun. Plus the kill count. But what you really care about is the damage. Obviously, siege weapons will have it high. This catapult at 4k. Phoenix has it pretty high. Yeah, that's sufficient then. Okay, very slowly we're gonna rebuild that TC. Look at there. Legend, man. He's so funny. We're just running around with the fire siphons. Who needs a core army? I have fire siphons, he says. Doing his best to abuse the formations to get more speed out of them. Another villager goes down. Westenlong down to 4 villagers. Legend is like, I can do this all day. Oh my god. Yeah, you don't really need destroyers in Deathmatch. Unless you want to use the hero variant, which regenerates and runs around pretty quickly too. That's not a bad idea actually sometimes. Alright, Westenlong is gonna use the minions for defense. It's actually a pretty good idea. They're fast. They're gonna tear down the siphons quick. That was gone. Oh, TC almost got reset. Holy. The Legend didn't have the favor to use his vortex. It's 125 favor now in terms of costs. And every additional cast will add 25 favor cost to it, so it's not that cheap on the patch, I have to say. Good job by Legend taking out the egg. So a lot of elephants he has to deal with now. Can he actually do that? I think he should pull back a little bit to let the buildings do some more work. There's a lot of palaces here that can help out after all. Maybe a bunch of catapulti shouldn't be out of the question. I know there's X-Men in the middle, but still. Alright, these elephants are getting torn to shreds by the buildings. Tower, the TC, all the palaces together. They add up. Now say though, these fire siphons are not doing much to them. They have 60% pierce armor and fire siphons don't do that much pierce DPS, just 20. Oh. What? Westenlong was gonna be out of food and gold and he lost his elephants. Oh, Legend did it. With the fire siphon suicide strat, it works. It's game one of the best of 3 put away, I suppose. I'm not sure actually about the real score, but that looked like it. Westenlong slightly outkilled him. I wonder how that went with resource values though. I wish the game did tell you that. In terms of the kills, that is. Oh. Legend is already done. Okay. Then you're going up against Velit. Thanks to Westenlong for playing. And we're going to be covering the rest of that. Well, the entirety of that series. Velit against Legend, and then Darth Knox is waiting for the winner there. This is where we're at the moment with the bracket. Congrats to Legend. Sorry we missed the other games, but I think the one we caught was fun, so we'll take it, right? Yeah, go ahead with the Velit match, of course. I think Legend just posted his games, then we can make the lobby. Okay, Velit is the higher seed in this tournament, so he's gonna be picking the map. He's gonna be hosting the matches as well. I see the lobby. So some more best of threes gamers. 3 more best of 3 series and then the best of 5 grand finals. But with how fast things are moving, I don't think this is a problem at all. Like, some of these matches are just 3 to 5 minutes. It's extremely quick. I think everyone's just a little rusty to it today. Savannah is gonna be our map for this one. We're nearly there. It'll be at least 3 minutes though until we start. Anyway, hope you all are having a good time. Make sure to hit that follow button if you are. There's going to be more tournaments. So every month now, there's going to be a Deathmatch tournament for the rest of this year. And then we'll reevaluate. Depending on whether people like it or not. But yeah, we haven't performed very well with AOM in general. Hosting our own tournaments. Obviously, it's so much smaller than the Microsoft ones, right? But it is personal money, so we have to do well. Otherwise, it's just opportunity cost. We have like this whole financial report up on our YouTube, so you can take a look at that if you want for context. But yeah, one thing I was talking about is I might move this deathmatch stuff to my personal channel and just crowdfund to tournaments. Slash make it for fun events. We could do that if people don't like these tournaments as much. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think the game must have started because I can no longer see the lobby. It will show up momentarily though. Will be 3 minutes until we can get going. No, 2.5 really. So Velit, he's one of those guys that has been playing the game for a million years. Deathmatch, I'm pretty sure I've played with him in like 2013 already. That's the earliest memory I have of him myself, but he might have played in the ESO days, to be honest. Many of you guys will maybe not even remember any of that stuff. Especially the newer Retold players, right? Yeah, Velit was on ESO, wasn't he? Yeah, thought so. I missed out on that era of the game, sadly. Legend, however, he's new school. Like, he picked up the game with Woobly and, you know, got into it that way. He played a little bit of Deathmatch and eventually branched out into a little bit of everything. He's actually the guy that built our tournament system on our website. Plus the casting tool that you're seeing as well. He's helped put that together. So I hope you guys are enjoying the overlay. Art is done by PF2K, our artist. And we'll make it available to everybody, so all the streamers will be able to use it. There's one problem with it right now, which is we forgot to add in Freyr, apparently. A little bug, but that's a quick fix. So once that's done, we'll release it to the public and all the streamers can use it anytime. No need to commission anything custom if you're doing some small events, right? Or just streaming. And we'll keep it updated as well with like the different god bonuses for the intro cards. So keep an eye out for that in the coming days. As well as for our next tournament. But we're about to load in here. Just a few more seconds of spectator delay. And we're off to the races. We gotta see an ISIS from Legends soon, right? Where's his ISIS? Oh, there is his ISIS. We're gonna see it. Nice. Okay, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the losers round number 4, I believe, of our deathmatch tournament. In the blue color, this is Velit. But I actually can only introduce Legend, who's playing as ISIS in the red. I've had him on the other side. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Velit is playing as Oranos. Oh my god, that's a full wall off. He's seen the mercenary rushes. He doesn't want to deal with it anymore. He's walling off. We are playing on a slightly modded version of the game, so the mercenaries would actually have a lifespan again, like in the old game. Not a health decay system, not a negative regeneration. And therefore, you're able to just pump them out early on, at the very beginning of the game, and actually send them across the map to harass villagers. That's not going to be happening in this one. It wouldn't have worked anyway because of Velit's beautiful wall off. But he will need a little bit more production than this. He now realizes there's no mercenaries coming, so he's just making a lot of extra stuff, including palaces and everything. And Oranos will greatly benefit in the long run, of course, from Sky Passages. Isis, on the other hand, is just a really solid late game god. You build up your building spam and catapults behind it. Son of Osiris, monuments to protect your stuff, and you should be good to go. And especially if the monuments are well spread out to cover for vortexes, that should be very, very nice. And the Sphinxes are looking for a little bit of action in the back. The citizens are not heroes. They could actually be picked off a little bit. Maybe Legend should have sent out some spearmen, but he's highly defensive in his posture. Looking to secure the town centers before he builds them. From the lead, we might actually get to see some Hecate. Oh my god. So, the interesting thing about Hecate is that the Deathmatch mod actually boosts the Tartarian gate quite a bit in terms of its durability, I think, as well as the number of Tartarian spawns that come out. The durability actually, it's official now, it's not modded. But the recasting cost is like reduced from 350 to 200, so it's actually reusable in a reasonable way. Looks like the Caroballista and Murmillo are completely blocking the path here, so Legend won't be able to make it through. And his infantry just absolutely melted to that group. That's nasty. Yeah, he has to leave. There's no reason to stay here. Also, the rocks are like significantly nerfed in terms of stats, so they're very, very easy to pick off, but they can do hot pickups. So you can just do your catapult rock drops again, without the rock having to land, which is fantastic quality of life there. But, as you can see, you make a mistake, it's dead. So, you gotta be careful. The Lampades are an interesting addition, but are they gonna be actually working out against the priests? I'm not so sure. Some really good stutter stepping from the lead, moving slightly forward, while the Lampades actually get to heal back up as they have passive regeneration. You've got Sky Passages coming up for Valit, which is super nice to see. And he's also building his settlements fairly quickly. He's got a lot of Lampades, so that will be super useful to turn people into stone. Legend's making maybe a little bit too many catapults here. I'm not sure that's great. They're trying to snipe units at the moment, and they're not doing a terrible job at it, to be honest, but it would be better to have more chariots, wouldn't it? And maybe a bunch of slingers, to be honest. Oh god, okay, that was a decent locust, but the units very quickly walked out of it anyway. Where is the extra rock, Legend? Don't you want a rock drop? Oh, he's spamming mummies. I think you need to squeeze in a rock, man. They're pretty cheap, although they got increased in price in the mod. Again, that catapult rock dropping, if you guys remember it from the original game, is pretty wild, so we might get to see it or not. It's Legend, we should see it. But he's running out of resources very rapidly, doesn't have much gold left, and, well, if he puts everybody on gold and uses prosperity right away, he should be fine, but he needs to do it now. Sooner rather than later. Where are all these villagers, man? Like, they're gathering wood. You have wood. That's not a problem. Lots of idols all over the map. So hopefully Legend realizes the problem. He's spamming a bunch of caravans at least. Lots of markets here. He does have 3 town centers, Valit doesn't. But there is a little bit of a counter-attack situation. There's no siege with this, so it will be difficult to take on the buildings. But they are still taking some decent damage here. Legend making mercenaries is going to be very expensive, but he has 23 villagers on gold now in pretty secure locations all over the map. He just needs to click on that prosperity to make sure he has enough income and then get some food as well for the caravans. It's really unfortunate he didn't finish this Migdol. It was almost done. Well, now there's fire siphons, and there's gonna be big stupid jellyfish as well from the dock here. Son of Osiris is here, so Legend has Son of Osiris at home. Somewhere. Oh, he's using it offensively. We're gonna have a base trade situation, gamers. The town center is being sieged down very rapidly by the fire siphons. They're already doing thousands and thousands of damage. It's gone very, very quickly as their attacks are insanely high. But Legend also has a ton of catapults, so he should be able to just plow through this base, getting a new third for himself. And Velit will have to react. We're gonna have probably our first really big fight. Still no cast of the Tartarian Gate anywhere, by the way, so that would be very interesting to see as well. Legend hasn't ended up using his... yeah, he didn't use his prosperity still. Very weird. Okay, let's see what that Son of Osiris can do. This is not a very powerful Atlantean army, so they're gonna get it. That lightning hurts a lot, but the mummies are getting picked off very rapidly. Legend did not use Eclipse for the extra armor or firepower from them. Son of Osiris absolutely wrecking the Cairo Ballista. They don't do much damage back to him. Yeah, he's having a pretty good time here. The catapults, meanwhile, just shredding through the buildings. What buildings? There's no more buildings. They're gone. Legend also adding in slingers, a very, very good idea. The priests have picked off all the Lampades. The fire siphons have gotten into the main for a moment there, but it seems they're already gone to me. Tartarian Gate will wreak some havoc, but the priest putting away a lot of these spawns is some nice stuff. The mercenaries trying to take down the Tartarian Gate. Bivolit is building his third base up. Well, it would be third if he had a second. He doesn't have a second anymore. So, new second over there. Son of Osiris just at the middle of this army, super safely tucked away. Why aren't these catapults attacking the stuff in their line of sight? That was weird. Yeah, sometimes units in Age of Mythology Retold just completely derp out and they don't do anything. I don't know what's up with that. Life is tough. One slinger. Maybe if there was a catapult here, Legend would be able to take that down, or maybe he makes a rock at some point, but so far, so good. He doesn't need the rock. Would be good for mobility though. Oh, nice villager pickups there around the wood. Legend might actually be winning this. 250 population to 135. The capacity is there for Velit, but the economy isn't. He can't remake the boys. And then the Son of Osiris is a hell of a boy himself. Eclipse is almost ready again. Just need a little bit more favor. With 4 monuments, it should come back soon enough. Oh, great job with those spearmen picking off all these units. That was sick. Legend's taking it very slowly and carefully. As long as he just doesn't lose these mummies, they're really expensive. Like, they cost 25 favor apiece. Eventually this Tartarian Gate will go down. Oh my god. Yeah, 80% pierce armor does mean that the towers aren't going to do much damage to it. But guess who is the one slinger? Absolute hero unit here. He's got 4x against buildings. That was mockery. You're supposed to have some siege for this. And with catapult rock drops, there's really nothing the Tartarian spawns can do about it. Alright, this should eventually go down, right? Oh, by the way, I love it that the ballistic towers now do ballistic projectiles. It's still not shooting out of the giant arrow sticking out, but oh well. You can't get everything at once, can you? You're waiting for that for like 20 years. All these slingers added into the army are doing massive amounts of work. The front units are just pretty much handled by the chariots and Son of Osiris, no problem. And then whatever range unit dares to come forward, absolutely shredded by the slingers. They're gonna have some really high damage. Actually, the Son of Osiris has like almost 5k. But some of these catapults have 12,000, 14,000 damage on that catapult. Holy cow, the main of Velit is gone, and I don't think he will be able to ever recover from this financially. Very nicely done by Legend. Isis is back, it's confirmed. Finally, he has catapults to take on this base. Catapult, really strong unit. Very difficult to take on, too. Osiris remains at great health. We'll need to help out the catapults there. But that's no problem. He's got it. Legend, in fact, gonna take a front town center. I think he's maxed out on villagers. No, he's not. Actually, 54. Only 54 vills. What the hell? I guess he had a good amount of caravans here in the back, but never used prosperity. Who needs that anyway? But the mercs getting added to the front. That will do the trick. Valid somehow did manage to outkill Legend. I find that hard to believe. What are stats lying to us? Huh. 304 kills. Not bad. I guess Legend did lose a lot of units at the beginning. But that's going to be a 1-0 for him. But it's best of 3. There's more to go. Valid might recover himself. Oranos, frequently regarded as one of the weaker gods. Both in standard and deathmatch. So I'm going to be curious if things will go a little different here once he swaps out. Because he has to. That's our rules. You can't reuse the same god again. Yeah, well done to Legend. Let's see if he can like claim himself a 4th place or something. That is possible, actually. If he moves through, he would be 4th place, I think. Yeah. Minimum. If he defeats Darth Knox, he would be actually 3rd place. Stretch. Oh, did you hear that crack? Holy. Anyway, game number 2. It's loading already, so they wasted no time here. Map's gonna be steppe. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got game number 2 of the series in the blue color. This is Valid. He's playing ISIS now. He's doing the mercenary rush. He's splitting up the mercenaries. And on the other side, his opponent playing as Kronos is Legend. But he's not ready for the mercenary rush, ladies and gentlemen. He's getting kinda bullied there a little bit. Has to pull back with the citizens. You're supposed to build a little wall, Legend. You know this. You're the ISIS player yourself. He's gonna lose citizens to this. Oh my god. By the gods. Let's pick some berries, Legend. That's that's not it. Yeah, Valid just pumping out a bunch of barracks. Next is the Migdor Stronghold, maybe 2 or 3 of them even, because you're going up against Kronos who has Deconstruct. And then add some Siege. The catapults should do the bulk of the work here. Yeah, losing a citizen is a big problem for Legend in this early game, but most importantly, losing the momentum here is a big problem. Ideally, you'd be the one driving the pace of this game, but it's gonna be the other way around now. And that's not where Kronos wants to be. He's losing another citizen. This is very rough business. You know, there's a lot of extra stuff coming up. There's some time-shifted manors to help with the palaces soon. That's coming. But meanwhile, Valid is just absolutely pumping. He's got 80 population, actually struggling with the housing a little bit. You kind of need like 3 or 4 villagers on the housing job to sustain production from this many buildings. But yeah, the catapults are coming, the Migdor units are coming. Legend has population space ready to go, but he doesn't actually have the units ready to go. He will be mythic momentarily. Just a few more seconds. He's also trying to build up in the back here some additional palaces. I think he'll need more core production though. We've got the first bunch of Archers coming out, which will help a lot as well. Valid even pulling the Pharaoh, that's probably not necessary. Best to just build faster back home. The TCs are coming up. And we've got the first catapult on the front lines. So can Legend hold is now the big question. He's down population 2-1. Not great. Not the place he wants to be in. The back settlement for Valid is also gonna get worked on. The initial builder group will probably just head there to help out. Get an even bigger population lead. Legend is slightly growing, but very slightly only. The mummies are becoming a problem. Good thing for Legend that Elite didn't go for Bast and there's no Eclipse coming. Because these mummies would turn his entire army into minions if it was the case. There's no hero still for Legend, and they're having a really tough time fighting these things off. They have 50% armor, right? Like, they're pretty flimsy against heroes, but human units, they're gonna struggle. And meanwhile, the catapults are just shredding through the production. Legend barely has any buildings left. He has to remake a whole lot. And very soon, the snacks have been killed off pretty quick, but they did take a citizen with them. Again, I don't like the Anubis pick too much, but I mean, you do get nice spears out of it. You do get Necropolis on your monuments, so they'll be working a little bit harder. And then the empowering from the pharaohs also is going to mean that you get to heal your units. But Velit didn't build them very forward, so that's not going to be really a factor, to be honest. Anywho. He's got the back TC, he's getting some walling, although this won't help against Fire Siphon run-bys, I have to say. Maybe Legend can build up his little group over here. He's gonna have still a bunch of town centers, but man, he's still losing citizens in the back. And the TC is getting sieged so very hard. I don't think he has a defense against this right now. He would have to look for some kind of counter-attack or something. Will that work out though? Ah, no, the spearmen are on top of the fire siphons. This is troublesome. The fanatics seem to be beating the spearmen very easily. That's entirely expected. But then can they deal with the mummies and the chariots? This is looking like some nasty poison damage throughout. And it's layered from the spears and the mummies. It's nasty. A locust swarm there. Nothing too crazy with that. Oh, the fanatics are heroes now. Bye-bye, mummies. They melted quick. Okay, maybe don't make so many spears for these, right? they're kind of not working out here. These fanatics are some pretty strong units. Racking up hundreds of damage. But then again, so are the chariots. And see if Elite can keep it up. Now that they're equal population, the problem for Legend is he's out of resources. Elite can just use his prosperity now that he's mining so much gold everywhere. Oh, he's also getting some village centers. Interesting. Yeah, he's getting gold mining going back home. He's got it here. Could do some rock drops if he wanted to. But yeah, remember these rocks are flimsy. So gotta be careful with it if you do. Ah, it's a shame to see those catapults die though. That's painful. Son of Osiris is in, but where? Where did he cast that? Why isn't the minimap telling us? Okay, here he is. Six mummies still. Oh my goodness. Yeah, when you have 5 monuments with Anubis, so Necropolis researched, then you have a lot of those. Little Ancestors God power here by Velit. Courtesy of the mummies. Amazing. He's holding back a little bit. Allowing himself to max out to gather some resources. Legend's probably thinking about the vortex at some point once he can. But he's out of food, so there's not going to be any citizen production, and the lead actually raiding him there is pretty nice also. Okay, I'm also gonna regenerate a little bit over time. And there's our vortex, ladies and gentlemen. Can Legend actually destroy a bunch of town centers and make it back into this game? His economy is looking okay. I think he should be able to make a bunch of fire siphons again. And maybe even get out of here. A lot of gold is being used up on these infantry mercs. And let me tell you, these fanatics are absolutely destroying it. But I'm not so clear on whether this army can survive the onslaught of 6 mummies. That's a different story entirely, and Legend agrees. This is never gonna work. It was an attempt, but the early game of Elites was just a little bit too good. The mercenary rush caught Legend by surprise, even though he specifically requested we make this change. He forgot that he has to prepare. Somehow outkilled Velit significantly thanks to those fanatics. They were insanely good units, but just didn't have the momentum in the early game to fight off 14 mummies throughout this match. Score is now 1-1. We're going to the decider. Let's go. Pretty good series today, despite the rust. I think we're all having a good time, right? Poor Matador gonna wait like an hour now. But the matches are going quick, you really can't complain. We're on to Giza next. That's gonna be the choice of the leads. But this time we weren't behind, so you guys actually have to sit through the 2-minute countdown. That's fine though. Hey gamers, if you're having fun, hit that follow button. Really appreciate if you do. If you want to support our project, you can commission show matches for Age of Mythology in particular. You request the players, we make the show match happen. They get 100% off the price, off the cost of the commission as well. You can also donate to these ongoing deathmatch tournaments. There's another one coming next month. And we've got a patronage system as well on our website. For the cost of a very average coffee, you can support us on a monthly basis, get some perks, and make our whole project easier, as everything you see is self-funded, out of pocket. We also support Halo Wars 2 with tournaments, as well as Company of Heroes free, so you'll see that a lot on our channel. We split between the free games, basically. I think that's the command. You can check out all these support us links on our website. Easy to find stuff. And I really hope some of you guys will join the next deathmatch tournament in the coming month. We'll announce it on Discord, by email, through our website as well, and all the other Discords, Reddit, our YouTube as well. We post everywhere about it, so you'll know when it's coming. 20 seconds and we're off to the races. I wonder what gods they're gonna pick. No Isis and Kronos. For Legend at least. Gonna have to go like Set or Ra. Maybe he'll pick Zeus, I don't know. Oh, did not expect that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our decider game here in Losers Round 4. The lead is going to be going in as Kronos. It will be great for some momentum plays. He's already turning his villagers into heroes for that sweet, sweet Theft of Fire bonus, and especially building around all these manors. These buildings will shoot up in no time. However, speaking of buildings shooting up in no time, Legend's playing as Nuwa, and you can just put all your houses immediately into the blessed area, right? And they'll just build super, super fast. He's got some other stuff up front here as well. I'll switch to his view to see the ranges better. You know, all these buildings will just generate more zones, and then you can build towers in the middle without needing villagers to support that. With all these military camps, you just want to put the training tower on it, and the training add-on, and then your units will be printable. But will Kronos be fast enough to actually pump units into this base before Legend really gets going, or not? One of the things is you can make the heroes from temples very quickly, and that should hold in the early game. Machine workshops are coming online too, and Legend is making a ton of extra buildings in his blessed area back home automatically. So in a little bit, more of that is coming in. He's also making Imperial Academies for free like that. The Kuafu hero builds super fast, but Deconstruct is going to hit the Ballet. Well, the Legend will be able to go Mythic, as it's already up. I think he might just lose that Kuafu. There's no way out. He's too thick to squeeze through there. But anyway, Legend has dragons. It's always good to have some dragons. He's gonna make 5 more. Holy. Okay, we're gonna have some side buildings as well. Legend really needs to cast his creation god power to get some extra villagers. And there it is. They're gonna build an extra ballet and then supposedly the town center next. So this is gonna be some pretty quick work over there. The ballet obviously expanding the area for the blessed zone. But can Legend build enough? He's got 50 population. Why isn't he training units more? He is actually training from most buildings, but he doesn't have enough military camps, it looks like. Oh, he doesn't have the add-ons. That's what it's going on. Yeah, you can see here, he hasn't built them yet. That's not so good. What's up with that? Oh, you really have to do that as Chinese, otherwise it takes too long. The Chinese don't have global training speed upgrades unlike the other factions, so you have to do that in Deathmatch. The other factions just get the free upgrades, right? Like Levy and Conscript upgrades, that's what I mean. Legend forgot that. And he's dead now. Deathmatch is very punishing, guys. You mess up something of that nature, you're out. The base unit training speed is not fast enough to compete with conscripts. Well, that means Legend is not gonna make 4th place today. He got really, really close, but I think... Wait, is that 4th? No, that's 5th, shared 5th place. That's right. So Revolt is gonna be moving on against Darth Knox momentarily. The loser of that is 4th place. Yeah, that's Deathmatch. you get matched and then the death comes next. Oh boy. Yeah, that's rough, Legend. Sorry, man. Well, Revolt versus Darth Knox coming up next. That was one of the fastest matches today. We actually had a faster match than that, though, in the beginning. So it's not all bad. Oh, Revolt versus Darth Knox coming right up. I think it's gonna be Savannah. Revolt is deciding on the map here. You guys are already arranging. Good effort by Legend, though. He made it really deep today. Same as Tiger Boss. I wish I had seen Tiger Boss's games. But I'm not sure we're gonna go back to cover the remaining matches because we have plenty left. We have 2 best of 3s and a best of 5. I think that's enough. And then I gotta do a sponsor segment too to pay the bills. So plenty of content left to do today. Rusty Legend, best Legend, true. This is where we are. Revolt and Darth Knox, and then Ryuk is waiting, and then Matador is waiting. I think we're about to get a lobby here. Yeah, match is starting in 3 minutes, 2 minutes 30. Whew, my voice is getting wrecked. That's fine, I don't have to stream tomorrow. Just a minute and 40 seconds left here, guys. Things are getting exciting here. Losers semi-finals coming up. Then the loser finals and grand finals follow. Yeah, a lot of people are getting swarmed and just roll over. Retold is really lethal. Population is super high, legend is correct about that. It's also very easy to destroy town centers, like if you just right click a base it will disappear. It feels like sometimes. Like the siege weapons got an enormous buff, but the TCs didn't. Even fortified ones. So, Elite versus Darth Knox. Be curious if Elite ever brings up Oranos again. That would be cool. But I'm not sure he would. First map's gonna be Savannah. Oh god. Don't do that. That's not fair. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the losers finals of our deathmatch tournament. In the red color, we've got Darth Knox, who's bringing Kronos to the table. His opponent on the other side of the map, in the blue color, also bringing Kronos to the table. This is Elite. So we've got a whole lot of manners coming up for both sides. 80,000 resources for the start, of course, as well as 200 favors, so plenty of resources to go around for your good little spams. You make a whole lot of buildings, and with Kronos you specifically build around the manors to get your buildings done fast. Every age up is just 5 seconds. You get all the upgrades instantly for everyone that just arrived recently. That's the rules of deathmatch. Your god power starts on cooldown, but you do have some extra villagers at the beginning, so yeah. Lots going on here, and there's a little bit of extra favor income as well in deathmatch, so it's even heavier on the myth unit game. The god powers take longer to recharge, healing is buffed as well, and you build town centers quite slowly. It's very important to get your population going in the early game, because once you have a much bigger army than the other guy, you're gonna be able to work through their buildings more easily. Might see a little bit of a difference here between the two players, where Darth Knox decides to go for Atlas and Elite goes for Helios. So we're gonna get the Guardian of Io blobs trying to do some damage with their little acid explosion, but it didn't seem to do too much. We're playing on a deathmatch balance mod here. That's one of the things that's actually buffed, is little explosion damage, but I'm not sure how much of a role it will play. It seems that Darth Knox is quite committed to making more of them, but Elite is doing a great job of picking off the Guardians of Io with his heroes, so they really can't be doing that much. And it's relatively easy to just walk out of the acid anyhow. Oh, we're gonna get a lot of Contarius here, turned into heroes. So they're gonna get on top of these Terma as well as Caraballista. Deconstruct on the palace is always a really good move in the early game. The settlement is coming up very rapidly. There's no siege weapons yet to be seen from either side. Darth Knox very defensive in his build posture. It's gonna be good for assaulting the lead over there, but is it gonna be enough? He's not really building up too much on his own side, whereas Revolt at least does have some manners here, so if he wants to get going with some building spam, he could. I'm gonna set this up. The oracles are going after the citizens, so that's probably going down. And it looks to me that Darth Knox is kind of just bottled up here. Got a lot of Contarius, so they could make a difference with all these range units. A good number of Terma as well. Elite does have to be careful with that. They do counter Ballista super freaking hard. But you know, if you just get out a bunch of destroyers here, I think they will be able to be a little meat shield. And you head with your range units behind the cover of your palaces. A little firepower behind that shouldn't be a huge issue. With that many towers, you can't easily send any cavalry type units into that. So he should have a pretty good time. He's also already time shifting forward, triple manners at the same time. It's very convenient to be able to do that. It's free as well. Boost your additional buildings coming up in the front, and he can just do that with a handful of villagers, get himself a 4th town center, and he's even getting village centers on top of this. So the villager production from the elite is going to be absolutely insane. But he is running a little low on resources, whereas Darth Knox can keep doing this pretty much all day. So that's one little threat for the elite over there. But hey, he's working away at these gold villagers. If you can catch them with his few Contarius, or at least make them run away, that would be some nice progress. Is he gonna send them out? Oh, he's more interested in picking up the destroyers. The fire siphons are already destroying the barracks and reducing the overall production that can come out of Darth Knox's base. The man isn't able to maintain population. The lead isn't a population lead on top of that. And he's about to be... Oh my god, what is all this? Economic guilds? What is that for? They don't have an effect. I mean, they're very pretty windmills, but they don't generate power. We're 2,000 years too early. Kill to Death must be heavily in favor of the elite. 200 military population against just 100. His range units are absolutely shredding everything, and we're at the point now where... Oh, wait, implode. Maybe the big suck can turn things around. It's the last hope for Darth Knox. Is it actually doing anything? Yes, there's the big suck. Here we go. Some of these buildings will be destroyed, but it seems that's a sacrifice that the elite is willing to pay. Huh. 60 health on the towers. How unlucky can you get? Oh my god. No way, dude. That didn't do anything! Valit did lose a lot of units, but he seems to be able to remax more or less. I think he might have to pull back a little bit, but yeah, he's got enough stuff. I bet he wishes he hadn't made all those economic guilds. They're really expensive to make that many. Well, gamers, these towers are happy to keep firing. Doesn't matter if they're 60 health or 1200, they still shoot. So if you don't actually destroy them, you've accomplished nothing. That's very unfortunate news for Darth Knox, who is currently still just at 100 population, doesn't have any more god powers readily available, and the elite has vortexes ready to go. The first one's free, but Deathmatch patch does change the second one and onwards. So there'll be 100 favor now after the first one. So there's a little bit of a cost to it. It's very powerful god power in DM as you just get these fire siphons teleported around. They're really strong, especially when backed up with a good army. There's a bunch of relics around the map which might be worth picking up. We got the Arrows of Heracles. We've got the Tusk of the Iron Boar for Cav hit points. There's quite a bit of Cav in this game, so... Adamantine Shingles for the house hit points or manners. And then the text of Imhotep for building build time. Oh my god, like imagine the text of Imhotep on top of everything already. We've got the manners, obviously, speeding everything up. We've got Theft of Fire on the villagers, speeding everything up. And citizens in general just do it super fast anyhow. That's a lot of citizens in the middle of the army. That's not where they want to be, but this offensive vortex may not have been the bestest of ideas. Will the citizens be focused down, or is Velit more interested in just winning the fight? I think he can do both. That's crazy. He thinks he can do both too. Darth Knox thinks he can do both and he resigns. Well, that's gonna be that. That was a very swift victory again from Velit. Putting 1 point on his scoreboard right there. 334 kills to 264. Not bad. Next. Darth Knox says he'll buy my game with his winnings. It's gonna be enough, to be honest. Yeah, even 4th place is good enough. But if he beats Velit, it's, you know, he got some more. Silk Road is gonna be our next map, and we'll be in there in less than a minute. Yeah, Velit is having a pretty good run today. If he beats Darth Knox again here, he'll be going up against Ryuk. Now that's a series I'd love to watch. But if Darth Knox ends up winning, that's also cool. Matador just impatiently playing with his fidget spinner in the finals, just waiting for these gamers to knock each other out. Poor guy. It's all too easy for him. If only Yoshi hadn't quit. Things might be different, but not like this. Somebody tell Yoshi he should be ashamed. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Just you see, just you watch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here on Silk Road with Game 2. Darth Knox is bringing his Poseidon. Let's see if he knows how to deal with this, as we've got a mercenary rush from Velit. The mercenaries on our Deathmatch mod have a lifespan again, as opposed to degenerating their health. So they'll be arriving here and they'll still have a few seconds to go. And guess what? Darth Knox doesn't have a wall off. His villagers are wide out in the open. If Velit micros this, he should be able to pick off several of them. The Cyclops will be doing a ton of damage to some, and he does have some AoE. More Cyclops are being made as well, but definitely some villagers should go down here. Oh, 1 villager dead. 2. What is it? Maybe 3 kills? That's not bad at all for an infantry mercenary rush, and we haven't even seen the cavalry yet. They're not coming though, they're not coming. Velit has gone for Anubis again, so we'll have some Anubite villager hunting, as well as Plague of Serpents is going to be used against villagers. But yeah, you're supposed to like wall off here, and then you're completely safe and fine against mercenaries. Your initial few units will destroy them, and then you get to punch back. That's the idea anyway. Silk Road does have these extra trading posts, where you get 5 resources per second of whatever resource you choose. What do you mean cav take too long? You can absolutely do it. But you send them to the third town center to pick off like palace or fortress builders. Legend, you can absolutely go for cav. Just like in the old game. They just don't get reset in health. If you can do infantry, you can do that too. Yeah, just not into the Hippospis army, obviously. That wouldn't work. Or hoplites for that matter. Those would be even harder to face. Okay, Mummy getting picked up by Atalanta. Not a bad start for Darth Knox's counterattack. He does have Pestilence ready in 20 seconds, but this monument is covering the area, ladies and gentlemen. We've also got another 2 sets of monuments in the back, so the elite is very prepared for a Pestilence attack. Just don't pull the Pharaoh off of the monument. It's definitely worth covering here. The healing coming through on all the units is also very, very nice indeed. Cyclops are eventually getting picked off, and Darth Knox isn't able to maintain his population. He's down to just 70. I think he doesn't have enough buildings, to be honest. Like, you are supposed to make a little bit more. Not sure why they're not able to path as well, but I think this stable might be in the way. Definitely the armory is in the way. They're having trouble coming out of the base, like going around the back there is definitely not great. The snakes are being used on the TC to prevent it, and Darth Knox's villagers are getting absolutely bullied. They were supposed to build a fortress here way earlier, but that's not done, and the sequence of operations is just very much in favor of the elite, who's about to be on 3 town centers to 1, and he's starting to siege down these Poseidon buildings, further reducing Darth Knox's ability to produce units. Egypt is fast, says Darth Knox. It's fast indeed. It's fast indeed. They picked off a lot of the villagers at the beginning. Polyphemus being a bit of a tank here, picking off at least a bunch of units. We've added a little bit of AoE to his attacks and more crush damage, but I'm not sure it can make a difference when the catapults are already in your face. And 3 town centers are achieved by an ISIS player. We even got an aggressive locust swarm to further weaken the army, as the mass chariots and the mummies are opening up on this. Bronze is coming in, but again, the army is just so small, it doesn't make a huge difference at this point. The catapults just picking off everything left and right. There's a bunch of militia coming out of the buildings, sure, but I don't think they matter. The elite takes the victory here, and that means Darth Knox is 4th place today. So congratulations on the placement. The elite moves on, however, to fight for that 3rd place or 2nd place. Let's see what he can get in the losers finals. Legend says, don't think it's possible. It's possible, you just aren't gonna get that many, right? Like, you're not gonna want to make all your cavalry mercs. But they also train faster in DM, don't they? Or sorry, in Retold. Like, they don't have a slow train time anymore. Some points for, yeah, Liquipedia, that's right. Not bad at all, Darth Knox. 4th place is good. You're still new to DM, bear in mind. You're fighting against guys that are not new. The elite has over 10 years. So yeah, there's that. Anyway, Ryuk versus the elite is our next matchup, you gamers. Hope you're ready for the losers finals. This is gonna be super cool. Who's actually ahead here? Ryuk is the higher seed. They actually didn't fight before, I think. So this is gonna be super interesting. Being higher seed means Ryuk hosts and picks the map for this one. And the winner goes up against Matador. This is the last best of 3 of the day. Eventually Matador will be freed. Just has to wait. Poor guy. He's been there for like over an hour. Just here keeps recruiting people for the Nakamura FPS team. That's great. Hey man, if these new RTSs just don't stick around, I have to do something, right? At some point. I think we have a serious problem where the players are aging out of gaming. And the new ones don't get in. Looks like the first map is gonna be Bamboo Grove for this matchup. Legend. No. Ah, my lobbies are broken again. I can't see. Oh, Age of Empires Mobile is terrible. I can't believe somebody actually commissioned that, but okay. I guess if there's players, whatever, you know. Obviously there's an audience. You liking the format? Nice, nice. People don't play it that much, but there's a little hidden community for it. I'm glad you like it. Too face heavy. Yeah, some variety should do the people some good. Alright, I think we're loading in to the losers finals. It's time. Oh no. Not again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our losers finals. The third place will be decided here for our Deathmatch tournament in the red color. This is the lead. He's gonna be playing as Kronos, and his opponent on the other side of the map in the blue also playing as Kronos. We're getting a whole lot of Kronos or Atlantean mirror matchups today. That's Ryuk. So what's important here, it's really unexpected, but actually Chirobalists are insane. You might see a few Terma mixed in just to fight that off better. But yeah, the counter units if you make them in a blob, they'll outperform the regular barracks ones for the most part. So Ryuk is already preparing for this, whereas Revolt is going a little bit down the split. Very few counter barracks compared to Ryuk, right? At least in the opener. But then he added them in, so maybe it's gonna be fine in the end. Let's see, but Ryuk's strat definitely is gonna be mass Cairo Ballista, and then follow it up with some siege. Let's see if Elite can handle it. He's getting out some Contarius, which should be put to a stop by the Murmillo. And we're just not seeing as many Cairo Ballista getting made by Elite. He's more splitting into Terma and Arcus and all that. Yeah, Ryuk will definitely be winning the early game with that. The deconstructs are coming through for probably both players. I think Ryuk wants to do it on this specific palace. And both players are obviously trying to grab their forward town centers. The manor's built in a location so as to help with that. Looks to me like Revolt is actually doing a little bit better with production, like he's keeping up a much higher population count. I suppose that's because the palace has been doing hundreds upon hundreds of damage to these Cairo Ballista, and the two Wardens of Tartarus have survived for Revolt. If he can make some more of those, he can do even more work to this army. The fire siphons are now out, and he's starting to siege Ryuk. This might be a very short game because both guys built on top of each other, very close to the middle. So yeah, that might actually be a very short one. Ryuk trying to get the front TC up, but his villagers are already under attack there. Nobody has time for relics in these situations. It's just all very tight timings. Ryuk did end up using his deconstruct, by the way. But unfortunately for him, his palaces are shooting fire siphons and whatnot, so that's not so great. But now he's got fire siphons of his own and should be able to plow through the frontal base of the leads. Meanwhile, this fire siphon's going to work as well. TC is up. They'll be able to defend these villagers. They are regenerating, so they'll be fine over time. Ryuk actually time shifting a bunch of towers. That is annoying, but it's not gonna be too much of an issue. Eye of Ornry would be a really good pickup, but oh my god, now that Ryuk has the fire siphons, this composition has entirely changed everything. A lot of satyrs are out as well. How many is that? 5 satyrs? So they're definitely holding down the ground. The fire siphons should shoot the fire siphons, the Cairo Ballista shoot everything else. That's the strat. They themselves don't have much crush armor, so the fire siphons can pick them off very easily. But unusual maybe to see that, but the Contarius are not gonna do well against this ranged composition. You just have the passes backing them up, you add a little infantry, and that's all good then. Ryuk's fire siphon focus fire on fire siphons is a little bit better than that of the leads. But can he get ahead? He still doesn't have more of them than the lead does. Population is now starting to look even-ish. Both players have 3 town centers, so that's good. Our game might stabilize a little bit. Won't be going down that easily, say both players. He's starting to pull ahead a little bit in terms of population. He's got a little bit more gold, but the lead's gathering with more people. And that's already showing its fruits. Fire Siphon's doing thousands upon thousands of damage, and some of these Cairo Ballista as well probably have done so. No, they're all gone. Maybe the leads? Not even them. So Ryuk has a really good composition now. 200 population, it's 130. This is his moment. This is when he can actually punch through all these buildings without too much in his way. He's not going to have a deconstruct ready. That's going to recharge very slowly. The recharges, just generally speaking, are going to be slower. More Fire Siphon pickups. And yeah, Ryuk just have a bigger army, man. Like, up until now. Oh my god, the vortex into the middle of that. I don't know about this. Is this actually a good idea? Does Velit have what it takes here? So a lot of Contarius. Ryuk is just gonna be like, nah, I'm out. Going for a counterattack. He can see all this stuff after all with the oracles. He has the potential to take off the entire economy. Ooh, that's a lot of dying donkey sounds right there, gamers. And the town center has been destroyed already. Velit hasn't even had a moment to react. He's trying to pull back his Contarius, but by the time he does, Ryuk breaks through the wall and he's gonna be through his own. The Contarius won't be able to follow. Or hell, does Ryuk even run? He has so many fanatics here. He could just take the fight. That was a really smart counter vortex. You're supposed to do something of offensive nature like that with it, not just jump into the army. I really don't like that from Velit. And he's getting punished for it too now. Okay, the fanatics are now fighting the cavalry. They're gonna pick them off very, very easily. Not a problem at all. There's a nice little flank from the back though. They might pick off some of these fire siphons, but meanwhile Ryuk is getting a double palace going. His new army also coming out to fight off Velit. Velit does have some good income. I mean, he's made all these village centers, right? That's definitely paying off. Ryuk has a raid going on the far side as well to pick off some additional citizens. That's some very nice raiding for sure. They'll get it done too. But guess what, guys? The fire siphons are continuing to pick off manors. They have picked off a village center, and the next one probably won't be long for this world either. Let's see if Ryuk can get out some myth units. For Velit, this is about survival now. I'm not sure he can survive. Not with these villagers getting picked off as well. That's a lot of losses in terms of income right there. His buildings are getting destroyed too. Not a comfortable place to be in, with Ryuk stealing another town center there actually. Is he gonna bring more villagers or no? Doesn't look like it. But he's gathering a lot. His income is replacing his spending mostly. That's all that matters, not whether you have a lot of resources in the bank. I mean, that matters too. If you get raided, you have a backup, right? But yeah, Ryuk is gonna take this first game here pretty comfortably, although not without a bunch of scary moments maybe. His military was just bigger for a long period here towards the end. The second half really. And he did collect a lot more resources, so that's a double victory. Plus he even outkilled Velit just barely. 20 satyrs! Holy cow. That's a lot of satyrs. Okay, the next lobby is being presented. We should be able to join in a moment. The next map is gonna be Savannah. It will take a moment for us to get in there though. Like 0 moments. Okay. I thought that was gonna be a delay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at game 2, and Ryuk is gonna be bringing 4 to the table here in the blue color. And his opponent, Velit, has got Freyr. Unfortunately, I don't have an intro card for Freyr right now. We're fixing that for the next tournament. And once we have the fix, we'll also share the casting tool with people so they can have a nice overlay. Even for just casual casting, it's gonna be useful, I hope. Alright, so Velit with Freyr, I think he has maybe a small advantage here. But we'll see if Ryuk actually goes for Tyr in this matchup. I personally really like Tyr, but I'm not sure I would do it against Freyr of all things. You get to run around with those wolves and pick off all the economy, maybe even town centers. And then you get very powerful Huskar as well, which can go after bases. You get flaming weapons and Thimble Winter, both helping you control the game. But actually Ryuk is just gonna go more classic here with the Frost. So I think he might be not looking for tier, and in fact just go for a good old Fire Giant spam. Trying to win the frontal fight with Super Throwing Axeman from 4 and Skadi. It's a good idea. I mean, you want to shut down these berserks that are gonna get souped up later with Vidar. But they're not even broggy, so yeah, they're not gonna be that crazy. Still, the Throwing Axeman is in mass is a very powerful tool. And Ryuk is already mythic, getting up some additional hill forts, and getting a lot of pickoffs done as well. He's doing certainly very well here. The back town center will be pretty quick. The lead barely started on the front one. He might actually lose this fortress as well, but will he though? I think this is strong enough to pick up the Throwing Axeman. Trouble with the Throwing Axeman is they do hack damage and have a bonus against buildings, so it really does add up. Where Greasy might be a little bit difficult for Norse to pick off, so I think as a result of that you have to get out some giants. Frost Giants are gonna be the way to go for Ryuk. Interesting to see that. I guess these guys are gonna shut down Fafnir's very hard. And Ryuk certainly has a nice army out, but he's trying to attack the lead's third base where he didn't get his own. So these guys will have to go and grab the third at some point. Right now Ryuk is enjoying a population advantage, but for how long? Looks like his frontal hill fort will be destroyed here. The lead should be able to get a huge economy going with all these village centers. Every time these Fafnirs die, they give you back some gold. Now, the Deathmatch patch has reduced how much gold you get back. So that's a little bit of help there for Fafnir enjoyers. But still a lot. Oh, here comes the Golem Bursty. A lot of heroes in here though, and they don't get knocked back by it. It's already down. Oh, that Golem Bursty didn't do much at all. Maybe Ryuk should just go freeze this army and then blast through the rest. He's got control of the front TC more or less. Oh, making a bunch of herdmen. What the hell? What's that for? I guess there's some cavalry out, but it's not that bad. Sitting through Tempest, not the best moment. But what can you do? Ryuk will have Frost available. I mean, he did end up going tier, but he's not making any wolves. You show up in the middle of this with 10, 15 wolves, they're gonna chew up the entire army, by the way, so that's something to consider. I think Ryuk might swap later. He does have all this food, and you can just use that up with the wolves. Also, the Throwing Axeman just killed like 4 ballista. That's insane. Okay, Rams looking for some damage. They could get the village centers very easily here. Bear in mind that the villagers no longer have a bonus damage against siege, so it's not that easy to get rid of Rams anymore. They actually can do some damage. Taking out some village centers comes fairly easily. All those berserks are still getting pulled into the fighting. Not sure they're doing that great with the throwing axemen, just shrekking them really. Ryuk freezes half the army so he can deal with the rest. Bear Greasy having an absolute party there though, as they have 60% armor. And we've got a Fimbulwinter, a slightly buffed one, because it's so weak in 1v1, especially later game when you have a lot of buildings, but this one's actually doing pretty good right now. Velit wasn't ready for it. I think he's used to just ignoring it, but in the DM patch they have some health. So his buildings aren't just gonna absolutely wreck him. You actually have to ring your bell. You're not gonna destroy the buildings still. Not very easily anyway. Yeah, see that, like, they still go down. Oh wait, we've got an Inferno. Ryuk does split to the best of his ability, but it's a little too late. If he had walked into it maybe a little bit more, that could have helped. Oh man, he's making all the wolves from one temple? No. That's gonna take too long, Ryuk. Oh, he's running out of resources actually. But he doesn't have fewer villagers than Velit, and Velit's also running out of resources, so this could actually be fine. Wow, that Bear Greasy just absolutely taunting the throwing axes while Velit's ones are picking them off one by one. This is going really well. Finally, we have a healing spring, but Ryuk is pumping out those wolves, and once there's like 5 or 6, he can really go to work with those, find those gold villagers, and maybe even put this game away. But I do think he needs a second temple sooner rather than later. Just one, not enough. Takes forever to get them made. Velit's looking for a little bit of a counter-offensive. Those wolves will be a nasty surprise to him. Yeah, Ryuk's heading out with just the handful of wolves he does have. Should be able to find something. Town center is under heavy attack by those ballista. I think they are gonna get picked off very easily by the throwing axes. Shouldn't be an issue. And the wolves are rising in numbers as well. Now 7, 8 coming up. Does look like Velit has fallen apart, ladies and gentlemen. He's just got 90 population. His buildings are getting picked off as well. Sure, the wolves are flimsy. They can be killed fairly easily. But you see how much favor Ryuk has. And that's after he's got like 20 something of these in the queue, so the patch does increase their favor cost a bit, as well as the population count, because they're just 2 population normally. That's insane. Well, there's the opening for the wolves. Let's see what they can do. Meanwhile, however, the Fafnirs are going after the throwing axes. Oh my god. Yeah, Ryuk's doing a little bit of kiting there. The villagers are getting picked off, but also garrisoned. The TC is full, however, so yeah, that's all the ones that were gonna be saved. Hans, get the Flammenwerfer! Ooh, that's a lot of kills again from the wolves. The lead just stuck on very, very low economy here. Can these wolves actually make it out? There's no easy way out of this. I guess they can go through these barracks, and here's all the villagers. It's a good attack spot for Ryuk for sure. Immediately catching quite a bunch of the villagers. Oh my god. Yeah, he's definitely killing the villagers faster than they can be remade. Huge advantage for Ryuk, as he's got now 56 villagers. He's getting a trade route set up. Good amount of people on all the resources, actually, just not food yet. He'll have to work on that at some point if he wants to make more wolves. We'll eventually run out. Population-wise, he keeps doubling Velit's army, so that's looking very, very nice. The wolves are looking for another hit back here. Jarls are here to chase him. I mean, they got good stats, so they'll be able to fight them off somewhat. But the wolves have insane DPS. Like 40 DPS or something. And Ryuk is going to be victorious. He's going to the grand finals with Valit being your third place. So thanks to Valit for playing and congratulations on his third placement. But we're off to the grand finals now. Ryuk against Matador there. Yeah, Valit just ran out of resources, never really got to gather that much, and he hasn't outkilled Ryuk by enough to make up for the difference. Just generally really good map control from Ryuk as well. Plus the raids, obviously those were really neat. Alright gamers, that's gonna be the finals. Now we're looking at a best of 5 coming right up. Hope you're excited. Get your bets in for those last few games. There's gonna be a maximum of 5. Can Ryuk create an upset? Because Matador just seems to be winning all the DM tournaments without too much trouble. Luki created some trouble for him last time. That was like a 3-2 as I recall. Can Ryuk do it though? We're about to find out. What? Jasir, what's the connection? Halo Wars? What are you talking about? Did I say Halo Wars? He's winning Halo Wars? He's winning Deathmatch tournaments. I'm so confused. What are you talking about? Oh. Okay. Sorry, Jasir, that was weak. Yeah, I think you can figure out something for that one just here. It's work in progress. Fine, no worries. Oh, we need 1 follower for 4,200. Can we hit it? We're so close. Guys, do your bets. Who will win the first game of the finals? Go for it. Ryuk or Matador? I think Matador wants Bamboo Grove for the first map, but he's saying he's getting a cursor bug in the game, so hopefully he can just fix that with the restart. I'm not sure what that cursor bug is, actually. Is that when you tab out and it's like not responsive? Oh, it freezes the cursor to a state. I see. That's terrible. How come only some people get it? Well, if we all get it, it must be possible to replicate. Huh. Well, while the guys figure this out, I'm gonna very quickly refill my bottle if that's okay. I'll be right back, gamers. See you in a moment. Thanks for waiting, everybody. I'm trying to get into the game now. Let's see if we can manage. We've got a lobby link. And hopefully we're gonna be not late or anything. Alright, they've just started, so we're gonna be totally fine. Timing is basically perfect. 2 minutes, 24 left. Well, that's all good. So you guys have done your betting. Last chance to do the rest. There's like a minute left. People are only putting up 50 points. What is up with that? I want to see some bigger bets. I know you guys got the moolah. Where is it? Fafnir. That's it. You don't know him? Oh. Matador shows up a lot, so if you're brand new to like AOM, then yeah, you're screwed. But if you watch AOM some, you'll see him plenty. Ryuk less so, he's more of a deathmatch guy, so you'll see him in these deathmatch tournaments here. One more minute. Jasier has quit gambling. Sounds good. Yeah, Legend's putting up some points now. Oh, no, it's small. Boracho did put up some points. I see you. Okay, just a little bit longer. 10 seconds. And then I'll see their gods. I'll see him before you do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of our Deathmatch tournament, the grand finals. In the red color, playing as Ra, this is Ryuk. Building forward, getting that monument up as quickly as possible to empower all the buildings nearby, making them build even faster. And on the other side, in the blue, we've got Matador. Going with good old Zeus. Should be a pretty good setup here for this matchup, because it's a very open map, right? So you can just run around a few hoplites and knock down any settlements that are trying to come up. But you're almost certainly gonna be flooded by this Ra setup over here. Good catch there with the Minotaur, and it will be heading back as well. Already the hero did pick off a snack, so that's not too bad. Now let's see if Matador can get a relatively quick fortress going after all these initial buildings, but it should be mostly just hoplites as well as peltas and maybe a bit of Hippospist in there to deal with any spearmen and axemen. Minotaur getting absolutely wrecked by the priests. But the Scarab has been picked up, so once again Ryuk's shifting sands won't be that powerful. This one Pharaoh, however, empowering every single building that's coming up is a pretty big deal. There's also going to be a second base built with the priest empowering helping there. But Matador just has a really good population count for a Zeus player already, but he's housed. Let's see how much of a problem that's going to be. He's only got one villager on the job, so it's a very big problem. He needs a second one as soon as possible. Otherwise, Ryuk might be able to actually overwhelm him and get a huge shifting sands going in the early game. But for now, nobody's building the siege works. This will be a little bit slower on that side of things. Good push overall, though the priests are absolutely wrecking the Myth units, so these Hydras aren't going to be playing much of a role. There's also the Avenger in the fight. Gotta be a little bit careful with Odysseus and the Medusa there, though, because they shrek it. That didn't last very long. Back TC is getting picked up by Ryuk. He's also working on the front. TC at the same time. Catapults are getting added in. He's just relying a lot on the slingers so that the peltas won't be as valuable here. They do get a little bit of divine damage and have very similar stats overall. They do not have as much health, however, so that's something to look at. The peltas also outrange them by 1. That all does add up. Hoplites, however, are not strong enough to withstand this. And you know what? Actually, Ryuk is doing super well here. Still, not all houses have been built by Matador, and that's a huge issue. Like, as soon as you're classical, a new villager should head to the houses, right? And Matador just skipped that step, which is why he's on the struggle bus. But he's got a good blob of Peltas going. Belorphin is soaking the fire, and meanwhile Peltas are getting their fire spread out to many targets, and they're picking off the slingers one by one as the slingers are distracted by the infantry. Ryuk has been kind of annihilated there. Maybe Matador has the upper hand again. He's got a lot of Petrobolas, and those should be able to tear down the buildings very quickly. Bronze is going to be available in just a moment. 6 seconds. I don't think Matador needs to rush using that, actually. Just keep fighting the Peltas, the Peltas Slinger battle. We've got a Citadel coming up, so that will give Ryuk a little bit of extra population to push back with. And the addition of the siege towers is obviously very nice as well. These are higher health siege towers too. Thanks to the siege upgrade from Sekhmet. I forget the name suddenly. Trouble is taking down yet another building there. Migdol going down. Catapult versus Petrobola situation could ensue shortly. But that's just a lot of Peltas, and they're in a very safe spot. The hoplites are getting on top of the slingers again. Ryuk needs to back off here. He never got around to do a big shifting stance, and Matador has his back TC now, so he can just pump. They're on a similar economy, both of them are. And Ryuk spreading maybe a little bit thin here. Hoplites going after the slingers. There's just a lot of priests in here and not a single axeman. The hoplites in such large numbers are gonna do just fine. Guess it's really just a numbers game at this point. Matador could use bronze whenever he wants. He doesn't need it because there's no huge army, but he is gonna use it. The Medusa didn't catch it. That's unfortunate. But either way, these hoplites can just go after buildings now. And with the backup of the Helipolis, that will be no big deal at all. The now buffed siege is absolutely incredible against the lighter buildings that aren't fortresses. Legend says the Helipolis ruined the siege towers. I don't think so, Legend. I think they're okay now. Like, there's not that much of a difference between their stats. 85% resist there. The tornado is doing absolutely nothing, by the way. It's getting a handful of Peltas, that's it. Lightning Storm, on the other hand, will destroy the entire army of Ryuk. So, what then? Oh my god. Well, Ryuk has nothing. He's dead. He's dead. Matador gets game 1. Oh my god, that lightning storm. That lightning storm was insane. Way outkilled Ryuk there. Like, as soon as Matador got his army going, this wasn't even close. Unfortunate for Ryuk. Nah, Legend, they don't free shot them. You go test it. I'm not sure how many shots it's gonna be, but quite a few. Okay, that's 1 point now for Matador. You'll need 3 victories to win the tournament. We're almost there, 40 seconds, and we're off to the next game. Steno and Uriel are they're like the Gorgons, aren't they? I recall. Yeah. Alright, gamers. Matador voters get a payout. And you get to vote on game 2 as well, of course. But you only have 2 minutes, actually. 2 minutes only. Let's get it. Here we go with game number 2. Matador is gonna be playing as Freyr. I apologize, we don't have a card for Freyr at the moment. We're fixing it for the next tournament. And Ryuk in the red is gonna be going as 4. Getting a quick Dwarven Armory going, of course, already in the arcade cage, so you can get a very quick heroic and so a few more units out. His build order is definitely much nicer than Matador's, but will Ryuk be able to put it to use here? We're about to find out. Definitely a much nicer start. You will need a second Berserk on houses. Matador this time around is not messing around, he's putting 3 Berserks on houses, so that'll definitely be enough. Great halls, hill forts, everything's coming up, but nothing's really crawling towards the TC stat much. Ryuk has a lot more coverage on that, making extra hill forts as well, and focusing up 1 very quickly so that he gets a fast mythic age. He's going to be using his frost giants, of course, to try to catch the rock giants, freeze them. With all these longhouses, now it will be possible to spam throwing X-Men on both sides. And you're also going to be added in by Matador. Mostly going to be focused on the rock giants here. Try to get a front TC, but that's probably not going to happen. These guys all need to attack it like once. And it should be fully reset. Lots of hill force from Ryuk. And this time he's remembering to make wolves early, but he still only has 1 temple, which is not so great. I think you need like 2 or 3 to effectively use this strat. The Berserks are once again going nuts. This time they're completely blocked off, so they can't. Ryuk is building the TC with a lot of his builders, so it's not that easy for him to protect himself there. But he does have a healing spring that's gonna add a little bit of power to this army. I'm not sure if the wolves were the right idea here for the early game, especially while his buildings are getting eaten up by rock giants. I guess he got a quick second TC and then maybe able to put on some pressure, but Matador is completing it at the same time, so Matador is just the one pressuring, and these hill forts are getting picked off super easily. So many Bear Greasy here, oh my god. 8 of them already, what is going on? Why didn't Ryuk stick with the Frost Giants? It would have been so good. These buildings are getting eaten. You guys are having a feast. Oh no. Not like this. Blister tried to do something about it, but like I said before, the Norse, they don't really have much divine damage anywhere. So dealing with the rock giants is a little difficult. They don't have much siege resist though, so there is a crush resist. The ballista are an okay option here, funnily enough. Well, frost has to be used. There's no other choice. Maybe there can be a counterattack with the puppies. Let's see if they can get something done. But Matador's already working on the back TC. But with one berserk! He keeps doing this. He's just one berserk. It will take 1,000,000 years to build that thing. 6 minutes to build, build the back TC. Oh my god. If you just said 4 people, it would be totally reasonable though. There's the piggy. I'm not sure Golem Burst will do a lot here, guys. It's getting focus fired pretty damn hard. Yeah, that's over. But at least it kept the army in Tempest. However, the Healing Spring is out healing Tempest, so that didn't do all that much. Well, let's see who's winning the Throwing Axeman war. It should absolutely be Ryuk, because he's just supposed to have better stats here, right? Lots more attack, more armor. The Skadi Throwing Axemen are just better, but if you put cavalry in front, then the cavalry will soak the damage, especially the legendary Jarl. Are just super good tanks here. And then basically what happens is Matador gets to keep shooting with his boys. The TC will eventually complete, but I think the game might be over before that. Ryuk does have a back TC, but he's not able to utilize the extra population space because his buildings have already been destroyed. There's no more buildings behind this. We'll try to get some damage done with the Fimbulwinter power. It will at least force some garrisons on these villagers. Some villagers may die, but it's really not that big of a deal right now. Here, they didn't even spawn where the villagers are, so just getting fought off by the buildings, really. And here comes Matador, says, I have a bigger wolf. Take a look at that. Oh my god. There's no more base, guys. There's no more base. Ryuk has an 80 population. It's over. Just a matter of sneezing at the buildings now. They're really weak, actually. And Ryuk knows it. Matador is up 2-0 in the series already. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, he just had very constant military production. Ryuk kind of dropped down here and never got to recover. Did he outgather in resources? Probably not. No, that was equal. Slightly ahead for Ryuk. Kill Death was very much in favor of Matador because of the Jarl getting added in, just tanking forever. And of course the Berg Greasy at a very high number of 12. That should have been matched by Frost Giants, which are actually cheaper too. Yeah, that would have been nice. And we're going into the third game, and this is match point already. Ryuk doesn't have time to mess around. In less than 35 seconds, we're going to be loaded into Tundra, our potential last map. Guys voted for Ryuk, but Matador won. You've lost all your points. Oh my god. How tragic. Anyways, you got another vote ahead of you. And you'll have another 2 minutes to vote. Could be the last one, so empty those wallets. Let's see the coin. I'm just gonna set the gods and we're off to the races. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, in the blue color, this man is looking for the tournament victory. Just one game away. Can he just get it with a clean sweep? This is Matador, and he's gonna bring Loki. That should be some high-octane action here. You'll see in a moment. On the other side, Ryuk bringing Zeus to the table in the red color. If there's anyone that can stop Loki, it's Zeus. Here's the thing. You go for Hell, and you make giants all day. Oh my god. Is this gonna be a Jotun spam? These boys are so big. They're only gonna get bigger in Mythic. You go Hell, you make your Myth units in just 1 second. So we're gonna see probably 5 giants and Jotuns. Both of them very threatening to Zeus if you get on top of their initial base. It takes forever now to build a fortress, right? So losing the main would be tragic indeed. But Matador hasn't built a whole lot of stuff, so it might be a little bit more difficult to hold on to the initial area here. Fire Giants obviously can do it though. It's just these Hippospist on top of your infantry, not what you want to deal with. Hence the Jarl, hence the Throwing Axeman. That's going to be a good counter to that. We have more Jotuns, but here come the Fire Giants and Jotuns. Oh god, Matador is really into the Jotuns right now. But he's mixing it up really. So I wonder if he's going to use these as meat shields or whether he wants to just hit the buildings right away. Ryuk instantly wants that fortress done, and then he wants Medusa to beat these things, and all 3 heroes ideally. And they're bonking the fortress already, so it'll be difficult to hold on to it. It's impossible to hold on to it. They're just bonking it to death. Ryuk isn't even Mythic yet. Oh no, where's that Mythic? He's gonna lose his buildings, isn't he? Oh, these Jotuns have so much health, almost 2,000 health. And they're getting boosted by the horns. Oh man, these horny boys are boosting them so much. Ryuk might not even get this fortress up anymore. So much crush damage coming through there. Yikes. And of course the Fire Giants in the back just evaporating his cute little Greek units. Where are the heroes? Oh no. These villagers are getting bullied now by the Jarls. There's no way the villagers can fight back there. And it takes a long time to make the fortress too. Undermine is gonna tear it down on top of everything. Oh no. What a tragic defeat for Ryuk. I'm sure he was looking for some bigger, longer games, but I think Matador is having none of it. Bellarfin is out, but he's got overtime work assigned to him in all the shifts. And his boss is on holiday. Nobody's there to help. Oh man. This is brutal. 51 population for Ryuk. The Medusa is out. There are 2 Medusa now, but Bellarfin is already dead. Ryuk is holding on until the last possible moment if he can. A Walking Woods is gonna add some more pressure to this attack. Further sieging damage coming through. The fortress has been destroyed, and now the town center is gonna be next. There's nothing else in the way. The big bonkers are clubbing, destroying the house. All the houses are getting destroyed. So much cavalry was queued up at the end actually. Matador was also gearing up for the remaining settlements, but only with 1 berserk. Again, this is his signature move, I swear. I just wish he put some more people on it, because he could be free TC by now. But yeah, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need town centers. He just wants victories. There's no glory in gathering resources. Let's just fight. Very Norse of him, very Norse. Well done, Matador. 3-0 victory. No defeat in the entire tournament. Beautifully done. Literally, that's the only criticism I have of Matador, that he makes his TCs with 1 freaking unit. He's so good otherwise. Just pretty much perfect DM player. Alright, gamers, you voted for Ryuk again with 69 points. Thanks, Drasir, to donate your points to the Matador fans. And with that, he's getting all the medals. Thanks to Ryuk for playing as well. Second place is no slouch. We're gonna wrap up this tournament then and give the guys their medals. These will then appear on their tournament profiles, which is very nice to see. Matador already won 3 deathmatch tournaments, so he seems like he's just unstoppable in Retold. He's protecting his provisional ranking, which we can take a super quick look at actually how that looks like at the moment as Halo Wars AOM here. And we're looking at deathmatch. We're not actually doing standard tournaments at the moment. Yeah, Matador remains in first place. Ryuk is third as Luki was second in the last tournament. And then we've got a bunch of gamers. Velit actually climbing up into that S tier. Very nice to see him there. And of course, like I said, the medals are going to the players here on the profile. You can see they've got these all taken care of. So, gamers, thank you very much for joining me for the tournament. If you really enjoyed it, you can hit the follow button. You can also commission show matches from us with us on our website. You can just tell us what players you want with these, pay for the prize pool, and the players will get 100% of it. And we obviously do cover that kind of stuff. We also accept donations for the tournaments. And if you want to support our project in general, then there is a patronage system for that as well. So thank you very much for considering those. I'm not gonna go pay the bills with some sponsored gaming over here. Our sponsor for the day is Watcher of Realms. So let me start that up. If you want to play that game, which is like, if you like tower defense games, then this is probably gonna be something you would want to play. It's a little bit like you collect heroes like in Raid Shadow Legends, but it's a tower defense kind of style in which it works. So these sponsor games, if you guys play them, will be supporting us with our content. Very much appreciate if you check that out. And then, yeah, all you gotta do is just complete a bunch of chapters. All the goals will be appearing on the screen throughout. There should be a QR code over there at some point, and the goals will be coming up as well. If you guys can stick around for just a little bit, that will also help us get more sponsorships in the future as our average Twitch numbers go up. Yeah, congrats to all the players. That was fun. Time to pay the bills. Here we go. And we gotta stop the AOM music for obvious copyright reasons. Velit has just donated his winnings back to the next tournament, which is fantastic news. This is just a showcase. We don't actually have that cool hero. And I think I gotta enable the desktop sounds. There we go. There's no sounds? What the hell? Let me fix that. 1 second. I think it's just my volume settings. Oh. There we go. I got it. 1 second, you guys. Be right there. I think we got an hour of sponsored time here. Not even an hour. 50 minutes shall do. Okay, let's go with that. Okay, we can do a bunch of summons to start off, and then we'll just play a bunch of raids to get some more powered up heroes here, I think. I should be able to do some summons. No, don't I have some of these resources? I guess not. Oh no. That's not so great. We don't have enough gems to do a 10x summon either, so that's not so good. At some point we'll collect it together though. Well, I'm just gonna try to do a campaign run and see if we lose. We probably will lose. Oh, there's the diamonds. Okay, we can do a summon then. Let's roll with that. Ten summons, there we go. Yeah guys, with these sponsors we can pay for the tournaments more or less. So very much appreciate everyone supporting us during these. Yeah, we're doing the Gamba now. Why is it flaring these up? Can I actually combine anybody? No, I can't. Oh, there's a summon reward. Right, we're getting back a few diamonds that we spent. Or diamonds, gems. Got some crystals for summoning, I think. Was that a shard or an entire thing? Oh, two of them. Okay, we can summon. Let's go with this. Open the loot box.
The best revenge
Oh.
is a slow, painful death.
That was unfortunate. Yeah, very unfortunate indeed. Well, let's see if we can upgrade any of our heroes. We should have some resources, no?
Burning hell await the
I guess not much.
those in need.
This is a new hero, so it's level 1, which is kind of unfortunate.
And burst. United we.
A storm gathers.
I can awaken some. That would be great. And I have materials for it. Ooh, that's good. So we did get more powerful out of this. That's not bad at all. But it was a very small boost.
United we fight.
Get our tank leveled up as well. Or vacant. What else can we do?
The games have bird the arrow.
They're long.
Some promotions for these guys, but they're new heroes, so it doesn't matter. Okay, let's try campaign, see if I can complete like this 4th level area here. If we can do that, then our team will be expanded by 1 person, so that would be fantastic if we could. Yeah, we're gonna use an assist unit as well to maximize our power level. But I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to win a battle here. We're gonna certainly try though. survive this.
Suck
Uh-oh.
that punch.
Well, so far so good. We got a powerful shot here.
I am the priestess of the light.
That's an auto cast ability.
Fall back.
We made it. And the hero just died at the end. Okay, that's a fine trade. I'll take it. Can't believe we won that. Must have been that helping shark making the difference. We're making progress, gamers. I want to see if I've got any significant spending opportunities on my heroes, because, yeah.
Flow.
We don't have any new gear? Seriously? Oh, it's N5 for the gear clearing. Okay. Well, back we go to the campaign then. Just keep going as long as we can until we lose. We can add an extra hero here, which is great. Who do I even add? Nobody's very high level. I guess we'll add this guy maybe, or the crossbow dude. Oh no.
Bolt ready.
He's higher level. Well, I'll just add this guy. Eventually we'll level him up. And take the assist from allies. Difficulty should be doable. And we'll get one more unlock as we go through this area of the campaign. So it's all not too bad. I think we'll just lock down this end.
We fight.
What? Wait, they can head that way and I can't do anything about it. Oh my god.
A storm gathers.
Okay, restart that. we're gonna put him first.
A storm gathers.
And then we'll put a ranged lady as well. Like, I don't know, you.
Burning hell awaits you, filth.
The healing.
Let me heal your wound.
Healing mage. And then the melee boy to block the path. Okay, this should work.
United we fight.
So much better. Cool. Get the blizzard mage.
Flow.
The chill chick.
Trust the elements. Trust in me.
Oh, she can heal everybody from that angle. That's great.
Like
Quite accurate, aren't you?
Oh no! That one, the bastard went through. Okay, we're gonna put a boy here then. That won't help much.
Mechanical problems.
Terrible.
I've been wherever I go. Tides. Gone.
No!
trust the elements.
Dude, these
trust
archers are
in
insane.
me.
What the hell?
My
I'm getting wrecked.
I shall be purified.
Let thunder cleanse. and
Oh
the
no, we're getting
skies
owned.
clear.
What the hell, bro?
Lungs shall bubble and come
Okay,
closer.
fish brain
Rudyard
isn't
needs
powerful
you
enough
for
either.
a spell.
Oh, we're toast. We're gonna have to do raids to get anywhere, I think.
What magic could withstand
That was
our
terrible.
might?
They're way stronger than us. Well, we gotta get in some progression then, because we would have to do all this to get the next award anyway. What is that anyway? We would need to go to chapter N7. Oh my god, yeah, that's so far away. There's no way we're doing that in this stream. I'm not powerful enough, nearly. Not even close. So, let's see what I can do. Didn't it give a pop-up of where to go? I guess not. We could get killed by a dragon real quick. This is gonna be ugly.
Goodness shall prevail.
Fortune favors the kind.
Obey me.
Need an advisor?
Alright, let's see what we can do with the dragon. We're gonna get owned. That's what's gonna happen.
A storm gathers.
The righteous fear.
United we fight.
Let's get our damage going.
Hear me and rejoice.
Let me heal your wound.
The games have come.
Ah!
Kiss your face and be
Misplaced her.
disappearing into nothing once again.
Can't heal anything.
Burning hell awaits you, filth.
Flow.
Oh well.
Suck that punch.
Might be able to actually beat this dragon. Or is that even possible to beat the dragon?
Suck that punch.
Need an advisor?
Trust the elements, trust in me.
We stunned it. Maybe it's doable, I don't know.
Suck that punch.
It's got all the health bars.
I bathe in the light.
How many health bars does this guy have?
Accurate, aren't you?
Oh no.
Quite accurate, aren't you? My hunt.
She's not in a good
never
position
ends.
there.
The games have come.
Suck.
Here comes the storm.
Also not sure if our chill chick is doing any damage.
Tides follow.
Need an
He's not doing her regular attacks, that's for sure.
Lightning guides our path.
We're gonna get blasted here, aren't we? Okay, that hurt.
Smile at the flowers and they smile at you.
It's being promoted.
Suck that
Oh no.
punch.
In death, I shall be purified.
How many health bars does this thing have? I think you're supposed to lose, right?
Burning hell awaits you, filth.
Pretty sure you're supposed to lose here.
Suck that punch.
Aye.
Never ends.
We got owned.
A storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound.
The righteous fear nothing.
Well, we cleared like 30 health bars. It's not terrible. Supposedly.
Hear me and rejoice.
I've been looking. Wherever here comes the storm.
This is probably gonna be the end.
In death, I shall
Need an advisor? Need an advisor?
Miscalculation.
Aye.
Games have come at last.
United we fight. Bring it on.
burning hell awaits you, filth.
Well, we're doing our best, gamers. That's it.
Perseverance paid off.
Alright. Is that a victory? The dragon didn't lose. I don't think they're mortal, to be honest. Oh, we did 1% damage to it. Okay. I think I'm good. That was very fun. There's this wave system, I guess, that we can try out real quick. Since we can't progress in the main campaign, so we're way too weak for that. But we are more than powerful enough for this. Why are we using all the wrong heroes, though? Well, let's try it. It's an auto fight. What?
Suck that punch.
Why is it an auto fight? It's a good soundtrack though. I like the timing of the ship with the vocals. That was neat. I'm gonna get so copyright strike for this though.
Perseverance paid off.
How are these guys allowed to put that in the game? Did they buy the tracks, you guys think? Okay, we're getting some talents. What do these do again? Ooh, attack interval increases and whatnot. Okay. That's not bad. Maybe we do more waves. Okay, who else can we place here? If I could place you, that would be great. A little bit of healing if we could.
Let me heal your wound.
And off we go. There's no more spots, anyway.
Suck that punch.
Okay, that's gonna be that. Yeah, guys, again, if you enjoyed the Age of Mythology tournament, to see more like that, please help us out with our sponsorships. We just play this a little bit, and we'll be getting some rewards for that. Exclamation mark WOR, I think. Is the command in the chat. Appreciate it if you grab the game. It's all free.
Here, come.
Suck that punch.
This isn't quite an auto fight though. I can't use abilities, right? No, they're using it for me.
No one
Oh, we withstood that too.
A brilliant victory.
Well, that reminds me, I am streaming next week, so maybe we'll just call it here after we withstand like 1 or 2 more waves or something. Yeah, I'll leave some for next week as well. Skill that can enhance skills. Oh my god, yes. It'd be nice if I had some.
United we
Maybe for these guys. Okay. We just farmed that. That's great.
United we fight.
Maybe some for a healer would be great. And the other one, of course.
The games have come at last!
Oh, that's epic, right? We don't have that.
United we fight.
Then I guess we need our tanks to stay alive more. We do more damage, they take less damage.
A storm gathers.
Bring it on.
And that's all we had. Right, I'm thinking we'll do one more round. And just see what happens with that. There's so many raids to do. Why does the game want me to go here? Isn't this just campaign? It's like campaign. Oh god, that's way too high requirements for power level overall. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go back to raids, I think. Oh wait, what was the? No, that's not where we want to go. We want to go to... go away. Go away! We wanna go... Oh my god! We want to go to the war room. And we want to do tide. That's it. That was the menu. Alright, one more. Oh. There's not much else I can do. But yeah, this will help us with the skills and our characters, so that should be nice. It looks like we're working through this easily enough. All the AoE.
Suck that punch!
A ton of work. Especially once we get to like the blizzard abilities and whatnot. Oh, okay, that ship is cleaned up.
Suck that punch!
Alright, easy hold once again.
Swift and precise.
Not that I did anything. But it gives us some skill dust. That's useful. Alright, gamers, that's the game. I'm gonna be calling it here. I'm going to make dinner. Heading to London tomorrow to meet a friend, so... yeah, I need some sleep as well today. I'll leave some for the next stream to finish the sponsorship there. Next weekend, we're doing some Halo Wars business with show matches, so that's what we'll do. Thanks everyone for joining me today. Appreciate it. Hope you had fun in the tournament. See you soon. Gonna raid somebody.